and shine, Philadelphia. It's time for Mornings with Andrew. Coming to you live from the Fanatic Studios, here's your host, Andrew Salciunas, on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
And a good Thursday morning to you. It is Mornings with Andrew for 2 more days. New lineup begins Monday, August 17th. Mornings with Marks and Salciunas. But until then, it's you, it's me, Connor Thomas. We got Austin Jones. We got Sean Robin. The gang's together today, Connor. And, man, do we need it. Because I think I would lose my mind if I was here by myself talking about the Philadelphia Phillies after their performance yesterday. I had a tweet yesterday come in during the game from, what's his name? Jay Plank, my man Jay Plank. Please just save my time now. It's tomorrow another 4 hours of Phillies talk. It won't be 4 hours, but we can't ignore them because they continue to spiral out of control. And they lost again yesterday to the St. Louis Cardinals 7-1. 7-1. This team looks dead. I'm not declaring the season over. I'm not declaring, they have no chance of making the playoffs. But they just look dead. Like they look like they need something to freaking spark them. It's so bad right now that I had such a childish thought yesterday, Connor. Like, it's childish, but hell, maybe it will work. I'm looking for anything, right? When things are bad, you're looking for any light, right?
You want to borrow the shirt?
No, because then my skin will probably burn. The childish thought is maybe today, if they play, it's supposed to rain in Iowa all day. You let me know. Maybe they play tomorrow, regardless of whether it's today or tomorrow. Maybe whenever they play in this cornfield game, they get reminded that baseball is supposed to be fun. And that's like the awakening. Like, it's so stupid.
That's a stupid question.
Yeah. It's so stupid. But I am so lost right now with what the hell is wrong with this team. Like, I know what's wrong with this team. I've been complaining about the roster for years now. But that has not kept them from making the playoffs. We're now in the danger zone of missing the playoffs with 40 games left. And so I am reaching for anything. Oh, maybe this will be the moment. Maybe this will be it, right? They beat the Blue Jays to win game 1 of the series against the Cardinals. We're thinking, all right, now they're going to turn it around. Now they're going to kick it into gear. They're scoring runs. They were scoring runs in those games. And then they lose game 2 of this series. And then yesterday, it looked like they were already ready to go to Dyersville, Iowa, which is where the Field of Dreams game is, which it's supposed to be tonight if the weather allows it. They were really excited to go to Dyersville, Iowa. It's like the last day before vacation at work. Like, you're kind of just going through the motions because you're excited to go to your vacation. That's usually not Dyersville, Iowa. I am grasping for straws at this point. I'm just anything I can find. Can today be a day where they go to the cornfields and they have a romantic evening with the sport of baseball, and Trey Turner finally smiles, and Trey Turner finally realizes, wow, this is really cool. Maybe I'll show life on the baseball field. Maybe any of them will feel that way. Just another pitiful performance yesterday. Phillies come away with 6 hits. Guy that's been catching a lot of heat recently, deservedly so, Alec Boehm. Your only guy with 2 hits yesterday. Harper 1, Arise 1, finally broke the streak. Bryson Stott with a hit, Justin Crawford with a hit. Not even Zach Wheeler could make me feel better yesterday. 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs. Jose Alvarado sucks and should not be on the team anymore. Today is a day. Here's your Phillies topic. All right? Because I can't do this anymore. I can't keep doing should they do this? Right? Like, there's another article yesterday. Bryce Harper spoke more about his knee. It's the sprinting and then the stopping, that quick stop that is bothering his knee in the outfield right now. Bryce Harper, should he go back to first base? Yes or no? Yeah, the answer is yes. I can't do topics right now about the Phillies. I'm so beaten down by them. So this is what we're going to do. A couple of weeks ago, we gave away a pair of tickets to the Phillies-Orioles game with Philly Sports Trips. and we had Whitney win. We asked for the best heckler, and we asked people to leave heckling voice memos, and she was the winner, and it was great hanging out with her down in Baltimore, and it was just a great time, and the Phillies won that one, which was nice. Today's going to be a sound-off day. Say whatever the hell you want about the Phillies. Be offensive. I don't care. It's 2026. I know we got to be careful about everybody's feelings. No, be offensive.
The FCC would like you to be offensive within the
All right, well, the good thing is voice memos are sent in, and we record them and listen to them first. So, it'll be Sean's call back there. Voice memos, text line, vulgar texts. Connor will clean them up as he reads them on the air.
Verbatim, baby.
Call in 610-632-0975. Today's a say whatever you want about the Phillies day. You can talk about trading Bryce Harper if you want. Like, this isn't going to be a debate thing. Whatever's on your mind about the Phillies, as negative as it possibly can be, have at it. Because they don't deserve kids' gloves. They don't deserve, we've had a lot of good memories with them. No. Breakups always end up bad. Not saying we're breaking up with the Phillies, but we might be breaking up with this core. If this team doesn't make the playoffs, you need wholesale changes, regardless of whether or not you have baseball next year. So today is a day where you can text in, call in, voice memo, 610-632-0975, and say whatever the hell you want about the Phillies. Like, whatever you want. If you think it takes bad, say it. Give your worst Phillies take. I don't care. I can't keep watching this baseball team and then continue to talk about how bad it is and how much of a disappointment this is going to be and talk about failures and all that kind of stuff. I've been doing it seems like, every single day for the last 2 weeks, and yet nothing's really changed because since the All-Star break, they just keep on losing. We ain't losing, Rhys Hoskins once said. Well, now we need a new drop. They keep losing. Connor, is it fair to say whatever the hell you want about the Phillies today? Like, have you reached that point?
Yeah, dude.
Like, I can't do actual baseball talk. I know we have the ridiculous return of the Seamheads. I don't even want to be a Seamhead today. I want to be a 700 level Veterans Stadium fan today, where you're just shouting things that the players can't hear because you're really, really high up. Like, I want that kind of fandom today. I want knuckle dragging. I want anger. I want, I don't care that the Phillies are our darlings during the summer. They don't deserve it right now. They deserve to hear the most ridiculous things right now. I don't care. I don't care. We had the guy yesterday, Andy from Deffert, who said something completely ridiculous about how the Dodgers build their team. Whatever. Say the most ridiculous things about the Phillies today. Go for it. There's no debates today. Just have at it. All right. That won't be the entire show. We do have some Eagles stuff that we're going to get into today as we're getting closer to the regular season. 1 month from today, dude. 1 month from today, the Eagles will be starting the season. We're less than a month away from football because remember, the season starts on a Wednesday. Is it Seahawks, Patriots? I forget who's playing. Rams, somebody's playing. There's a Thursday night game, but they have one on Wednesday as well because they're freaking Australia because we're just playing football everywhere at this point. So we're less than a month away from the start of the NFL season. Can't wait for it. And there's plenty of Eagles stuff to get into. Andrew DeCecco will be in studio from just 7 to 8 today. I think we did this last week, right? Last week, training camp day. He can't be here from 8 to 10. He's got to get to the practice facility. So DeCecco will be in from 7 to 8 today. There's a lot of stuff to get into, updates at training camp, injuries, how guys are performing, everything. There's so much to get into. Can't wait to have Andrew in studio from 7 to 8. But until then, I want to talk about this upcoming season and how we look at the division. Yesterday, I talked about it again, that I don't like how quiet it is in Dallas this year. Usually we can rely on the Dallas Cowboys having drama, and we can point to that being a downfall for the Dallas Cowboys. The other things are still true, right? Like Dak Prescott struggling in the playoffs or struggling in big games, that will still be a factor going into the season. Anytime you think about the Dallas Cowboys potentially making the playoffs or winning the division or winning big games, they've done that before. But, man, Dak Prescott usually comes up small. But the other thing I've always been able to rely on is there's going to be something in Dallas that's going to cause drama, and it's going to be a distraction for the team. And so far, they don't have that. And even with all that aside, right, the fun talks about Jerry Jones saying something stupid, the Dallas Cowboys have a better roster this year. Their offense was already one of, if not the best offenses in the NFL last year. Their downfall was their defense sucked. Like it wasn't even serviceable. Much like the 2023 Eagles. Remember, the Eagles were 10-1 at one point. But the defense was so bad, it just freaking collapsed. Once the Eagles' offense got figured out and they couldn't outscore every opponent because the defense was giving up 27 points a game, it seemed like, that's when the Eagles' season fell apart. The Dallas Cowboys' defense should be better this year. Much like we expected the Eagles' defense to be better going into the 2024 season, we didn't expect them to be the number one defense, and I'm not expecting the Cowboys' defense to be number one this year. But I remember going into the 2024 season, when we talked about the Philadelphia Eagles, we said, look, if that defense can get in the middle of the pack, just middle-of-the-road defense, they're going to be a dangerous team because they have a really good offense, and we were excited about Kellen Moore, and we were excited that they got rid of Brian Johnson and that Nick Sirianni wasn't going to be so involved with the offense. Right, you guys remember all these talking points. And then the defense ended up being the best defense in the league. They had the best running game in the league, and then they won the Super Bowl. Do I think the Cowboys are going to have that flip? No. As much as everybody respects Christian Parker, I think he's got a little bit of room to grow before he's Vic Fangio, flipping a defense from being worst in the league to best in the league after just one season. But do I believe that the players that they added and the fact that they have Christian Parker there, that they can go from one of the worst defenses to middle of the pack? I do. And if that's the case with this high-powered offense that they have, it's going to be more dangerous this year. But that's what I say. And Connor, you kind of agree with that one. What I want to hear is what the rest of this city feels. Because it's August 13th. So a lot of this talk might be cheap. A lot of this talk might be early. Something can happen in a training camp that changes everything. Something can happen where a player gets hurt. Something can happen where there is drama because it's the NFL. There's always drama in the NFL. But as it stands right now, when I look at this division, I believe the Eagles will win the NFC East, but I think it's coming down to the wire. I think it's coming down to weeks 17 and 18. Last year, you guys know Salciunas, Chest Day Tuesday, right? Unfortunately, today's Thursday. But Salciunas would straight up tell you, yeah, there's nobody coming close to the Eagles in this division. When I feel chesty about something, I will say it. I don't have that same chest day feeling this year. It's going to be more leg day. It's going to be more everything else. I'm going to focus on the rest of the body. I don't feel as chesty about the Eagles winning the NFC East this season. I think they win it, but I think it's coming down to the very end. But I know how the city is. We hate the Dallas Cowboys. And we never want to give them credit, and we never want to say anything good about them. Good. We shouldn't. I like rivalries. I like that there's still hatred in sports. We're too nice nowadays in society. Here I am opening up the show saying, be offensive about the Philadelphia Phillies. Say whatever the hell you want, so go for it. I love that we still do that about the Dallas Cowboys. But I'm curious today, if we're talking football, and we're not talking about rivalries, and we're not talking about how much we hate somebody, and we're not talking about come up small, you're just looking at the roster. Both rosters. Do you believe that it is a lock that the Eagles win the division? If you were handed a pen and paper and you were to say, hey, who's winning the division? Do you feel comfortable putting it in, penciling it, putting it in stone, that the Eagles are the division winners in the NFC East this year? I don't feel that way. I think it's going to be close, and you know how the NFL works. Anything can happen. I want to know where the vibe is of this city as of mid-August with training camp going on. Forget Jalen Hurts debates. Forget, Sean Mannion stuff. Just, do you think the Eagles are a lock to win the NFC East this season? 610-632-0975. I'm not as confident as I was last year. I laughed at Bill Colarulo, who thought that the Commanders could win the division last year. Like, I thought it was hysterical. I laughed at anybody who thought that the Giants were going to make some noise after, 2 games with Jackson Dart. Remember that? Jackson Dart replaced Russell Wilson pretty early on, and it looked pretty fun for the Giants. And everybody, look out for the Giants. That lasted 5 seconds, right? That was the quickest flame out ever. Like, it was just like, yeah, that's not happening. And then the Cowboys, as dangerous as that offense was, you watched the defense for 5 seconds. You knew that they were Swiss cheese. Like, they weren't stopping anybody. Going into this season, I don't feel that way. Connor, where are you at with this conversation? I want to hear from people at 610-632-0975. Sound off on the Phillies. Be as angry as you want. Say as anything as you want. Be as much as a lunatic as you want to be. Go for it. They deserve it. But when it comes to the Eagles, are you penciling them in as division winners right now?
Absolutely not.
All right.
I'm not. And that's nothing to say that they're not a really good football team. And I believe that they have they have a Super Bowl ceiling this year. So take that and put it in one box, and that's the postseason. And I think they're going to get there. How they get there is a question. And Dallas is a scary team, man. That is my least favorite sports organization on the planet.
Yeah, you don't even want to say it
credit.
out loud.
But
I get it.
But Christian Parker, all we heard about him, we should know this as well as anybody, how he was talked about when he was in this city as an assistant coach on the defense. And they have talent down there. Their offense is going to be one of the top offenses in the NFL. Now, is that going to choke when they get to the postseason? Yes.
It could. Yeah, absolutely.
And I should say if they get to the postseason, because we've seen them choke in the regular season too. But if you're not believing that that team could win this division down there, and that's not saying the Eagles can't. It's saying that the Cowboys also can. All you're doing is just those green-colored glasses are not letting you see that the Cowboys are a good football team.
Yeah, like
that's fine.
I already on our YouTube chat. Love you guys as always. Joe Smo checks in. Let's find things to be afraid of this morning. LOL. I'm not looking for something. I just said it like 5 seconds ago. Last year, Eagles were winning this division. Feet up. Week 16, right? Like, those are some of the things I was saying. You know, they'll be able to rest starters, all that kind of stuff. And it played out that way. I'm not saying I'm Nostradamus, but that's how it played out last year. I don't have that feeling going into the season. Pat Culp chimes in. Not a soul is worried about Dallas. I'm glad that you're not worried about Dallas. I love that. I'm not basing my opinion on Vegas odds. I never do that. But the Eagles right now are plus 120 to win the division. The Cowboys are plus 215. It's not like some gigantic gap. Vegas is making it clear that they think the Cowboys are, in the running to win the division. There's on FanDuel to miss the playoffs. The Eagles are at plus 142, not plus 500, plus 142. There's still questions about the Eagles, and there's still a lot of hype for the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys are usually all hype, right? Can we all say that? Like, usually when you watch television, they overhype the Cowboys. And I think a lot of that is we're going to get engagement on this. We know people are going to be watching. We just told you yesterday that the top 10 most valuable NFL franchises came out yesterday. The Eagles are 5th or 6th on that list, but the Dallas Cowboys are number 1, and by a large margin. It's just because people care about them. The whole America's team, we can laugh about it and joke around about it. Unfortunately, it's a thing. People care about that team, even though they've been irrelevant, really, from a football standpoint over 30 years. But I do look at that roster, and I go, all right, they're going to be better this year. And I love that you, as an Eagles fan, can go, they suck. Cowboys, they stink. I'm going to wear my shirt where the little kid's peeing on top of this Dallas Star, right? I love that. I love that we still have that in our bag for at least one team because I don't hear it about many teams, so I appreciate that. So if your answer is screw the Cowboys, go for it. I love that. Tell me that the Cowboys suck. Tell me that the Eagles are going to win the division by 5 games. Do that. Be a fan today. This doesn't have to be a debate thing. Go for it. But what I'm telling you is I don't think it's going to be a feet-up end of the regular season. I think this is coming down to the wire. We will revisit this in January, all right? And maybe I'll be so wrong. Maybe the Eagles will win by 4 games, and you can call me a ninny. I don't care. Say what you want about me. But as it stands right now, I'm not going to just pencil it in saying, no shot anybody else wins the division. I was saying that last year. I'm not saying that this year. I want to hear from you, 610-632-0975. I promise I'm not doing the whole rage bait or whatever is said about Philadelphia sports talk. I'm just giving you my honest opinion. I do feel bad, though, because Pat That was the second comment on the show. The first comment was the start. Can we start off with something positive? Like, gee, damn, bro. I just woke up, and the first thing I hear is depression. I'm sorry. The Phillies are doing this to me, man. What do you want me to say? They suck.
You know what's funny is you've asked the people to chime in on the phone line, text line, voice memos.
Yes.
Pretty much the same way about the Phillies as you just did about the Cowboys.
Good. Good. I love that. Like,
they're on the same standing as the Dallas Cowboys in this town right now. That's how bad it's gotten for this baseball team.
It's really bad. It's really bad for the Phillies. So today is a day where there's no debating. All right? I can't do it every single day. Today is a day where I just want to get some information from you. Are you Eagles win this division? No doubt in my mind, feet up. And it's not even going to come till week 18. Right? They're going to be resting their starters again. Or do you think it might be, a little bit more dangerous this year? Let us know, 610-632-0975. And when it comes to the Phillies, just sound off. Remember the old Mikey Miss segment, sound off? Just do that for 4 hours today. Say whatever the hell you want. I'm not even going to question anything you say. Obviously, we'll draw a line in the sand. Let's not talk about people's lives. But you want to say something? You want to call somebody ugly on the Phillies? Go for it. I don't care. Be offensive. Go for it. Maybe take it a step too far. I don't care. They freaking deserve it. They stink. All right, coming up next. Just how bad has it been for the Phillies? Oh, boy. Do we have some stats for you? And it will be a reminder to not read into percentages. It was about 24 hours ago I got the condescending LOL on the YouTube chat. They still have an 80% chance of making the playoffs, LOL. Man, how one game can change that. That and your reaction to the topics this morning, 610-632-0975. I would love to hear your voice memos of just anger and vitriol toward the Phillies. I would appreciate that. And also, it's a debate day Thursday. So if you don't know what that is, we'll remind you about that coming up next, all here on Mornings with Andrew, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies' free fall continues. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies lost again yesterday, falling to the Cardinals 7-1 and dropping the series in St. Louis. Zach Wheeler allowed 5 runs, 4 of them earned over 5 innings of work. 4 of those runs came in just the 5th inning. The offense wasn't much better, going 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. And the Phils have now lost 6 of their 8 series post-All-Star break. JT Realmuto talked about the bad stretch after the game.
We got to turn it around. Obviously, there's still plenty of time to do so, but nobody in here is happy about the brand of baseball we're playing right now. So we just need to figure it out, turn it around, and play a lot better.
Next up for the Phils is the Field of Dreams game against the Twins in Dyersville, Iowa. The game is scheduled for tonight at 7:30. You can watch that on Netflix. Aaron Nola faces off against Taj Bradley in the pitching matchup. There is some rain in the forecast, so weather is something to keep an eye on as we move through the day today. The Eagles have their first preseason game Saturday against the Ravens in Baltimore. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media this morning at 9:40. And the Sixers NBA Cup schedule was released yesterday. The full NBA schedule comes out today at 3 p.m. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco from the 7 o'clock hour to 8 o'clock, and Bob Cooney will join us on the phone line 9:05. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Salciunas, a.k.a. the host, and Connor Thomas, a.k.a. producer, are back to bring you more hard-hitting Philly sports talk on Mornings with Andrew, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
This hour is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White is here for the pro.
Thank God there's only 2 more days of that. It's Mornings with Andrew here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The new lineup begins Monday, August 17th. Me and Johnny Marks. Looking forward to it.
He's a seam head, too. We might have to keep it. Might be the new intro.
It might be. You never know. I don't call the shots around here, man. I just come in and do my thing. All right, real quick. Couple of things. 215 J Philly on our YouTube chat. I've mentioned him numerous times. Le Hater does not like LeBron James. He is a resident of Texas. And he chimed in on the YouTube chat that it is awfully quiet down there, which I don't like. I don't like how quiet it is in Dallas. Like, that's a bad thing, in my opinion. The drama is what keeps that team back. Jerry Jones has been too quiet. You know how there's, like, thoughts that there's, I don't get political on this show. You know how there's been thoughts that there have been body doubles in previous regimes? Is there a body double with Jerry? Did Jerry actually die and we don't know about it? Because usually Jerry Jones has started something by now. Usually there's already been some drama stirred up by Jerry. Remember he was literally on a radio show last year in Dallas and said, I do this on purpose? Like, I make drama on purpose. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
He's not doing that this year. There might be. He may have died.
They replace him with a leather couch.
There may be. There might be a body double of Jerry Jones out there.
Just
man.
put a glass of Johnny Walker on the arm of the chair.
Yeah, we'll see.
Like,
and if he doesn't pick it up right away, we'll know that he's that he's no longer with us. All right. So there was a stat from Underdog Sports yesterday, which is, one of the companies nowadays. There's a bunch of them. And it's about the Philadelphia Phillies. And then we'll get to our text line and voice memos and talk about debate day. But yesterday, around this time, when we were talking about the Phillies, somebody, I forget who, and I'm not taking a shot at you, but somebody said the Phillies still have an 80% chance of making the playoffs, LOL. The only shot I'll take at you is the condescending LOL. Bothers me. I don't know why. Like, that's the one that gets under my skin, man. The condescending LOL pisses me off every single time.
I need to hit you with more of those. I haven't been using that.
If you guys want to get under my skin, that's the automatic way to do it. People call me names. People say crap about me, and it doesn't bother me. You do the condescending LOL, it pisses me off every single time.
You should not have told people that.
I've already told them.
You're going to see so many condescending LOLs next week.
It just freaking drives me nuts. All right, so yesterday the guy said they have an 80% chance. I go, all right, hold on a second. Like, they were the favorites to win that baseball game, and they didn't win it. So what does that mean? Don't live your life off of the percentage chances. So the Phillies, since the All-Star break, are 10-15. They've lost 6 of their 8 series. They've scored 1 run or fewer in 8 games. That's horrible, considering what they have in this lineup and the amount of money that's allocated toward it. Their odds to make the postseason have dropped 19% since the start of the All-Star break. So they're now down to 68%. So it's why I said, look, don't do the percentage thing, because if you lose 2 games, it's going to drop. If they win the next 3, it'll go right back up to 75%. So just don't rely on percentage chances when it comes to your opinion. Use your eyes. Does this baseball team look like they're going to play well enough over 40 games? There's 40 games left. And they're right there in the mix with the San Diego Padres and the Arizona Diamondbacks. And there's teams behind them like the Miami Marlins. Do you think that this Phillies team, what you have watched all season long, if you have watched all season long, do you think they have it in them to win the majority of games over the next 40 to get into the playoffs? I mean, that's a whole other topic. It's not necessarily what we're doing today, because today I just want you to leave voice memos and offend the Phillies and say nasty things about them because they deserve it. Speaking of, do we have a voice memo already? You can send your voice memos to 610-632-0975 on the Davis Honda text line, voice memo line, or you can call in as well. It's a debate day Thursday. If you don't know what that is, it's whatever you've been debating recently at the bar, golf course, work, with your wife, with your buddies, with your kids, with your siblings, whatever it is. And the ones that I like the most are the ones that aren't sports related. But if it's always about sports in your life, then go for it. Send them into the Davis Honda text line, 610-632-0975. We've been doing this every week for a while now, Debate Day Thursdays. The most recent thing that you've been debating, we either help settle it or we make it worse. What do we got on as a voice memo?
Joe the Cynic will lead us off on the Phillies.
Great, perfect.
Hey, boys, Joe the Cynic. Regarding the Phillies, Real Muto and his 17,000 career inning-ending ground ball or pop-up, constant double plays throughout the lineup, boom, being late on a first-pitch fastball, or he chops it down into the ground. The bullpen just looking atrocious until you can get to the 9th inning. Starting pitchers have been overworked, and they're starting to show signs now a little bit. Basically, all I got to say about it is, fuck!
Oh, all right. All right. Oh, my God. Oh, man.
What are we doing here?
Well, YouTube got a treat.
See, you see what you set us up for now?
What? I don't know. I thought when we made the FCC thing clear. Come on, brother. I'm not saying come on, brother, to Joe the Cynic. I'm talking to my man in the back over there. Well, that's what I want. I do want anger and vitriol. I do want people to be really upset. But, we just need the people in house to clean them up a little bit. That's all. Oh, what a start to the morning. I woke me up. I was a little tired this morning.
There's the energy.
That woke me up. I'm good now, man. Hey, I said be offensive. I said say whatever you want about the Philadelphia Phillies. They've earned it. They've earned every bit of vitriol from you, even F-bombs. All right. Let's go to the phones. Should we? Let's go to Kevin in the Northeast. Kevin, you're live on the air. What's up, Kev?
Hey, Andrew. How you doing today?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. So I'm a local Cowboy fan. Whatever. I've heard it all. I'm still a Cowboy fan, but I don't know. I kind of agree with you. Like, their offense is good, but I think you're giving them too much credit. Like, their offensive line's shady. You know, Javonte Williams had a good year last year, but is he going to repeat it?
Yeah, it's funny, dude. Like, I thought they had no running game last year, and then he ended up having a hell of a season for them.
Yeah, he had like 1,300 yards, but is he going to do that again? Because he's injury prone, so you don't know. But the defense, I mean, you got to see what's going to happen. They made good additions, but it's the Cowboys' defense. You just never know. You know, like Caleb Downs I think is a no-miss player, but you know, other than that, it's the Eagles' division to win until somebody else can take it.
All right, and look, I appreciate that logic. Look, I still think the Eagles win the division, Kevin. Like, I still do, but I just look at last year, I thought it was no doubt in my mind, I'm putting my feet up come week 16. You know, during the holidays, the only thing I'm stressing about is Santa Claus bringing the right gifts to my son. Like, that's how I felt last year. Even with the ups and downs of the Eagles' offense, I never thought the Cowboys would catch them. I didn't think that they would catch them during training camp. But this year, I just feel a little bit differently because if your defense gets marginally better, even if your offense takes a slight step back, they'll still be top 10. And if it's a top 10 offense with a middle-of-the-pack defense, then it's going to be a little bit different in the division this year.
Yep, I agree.
All right, you're the man, Kev. I appreciate the call. See, it is okay to have a casual conversation with a Cowboys fan. Even though, like, he's going to put a shiv in me somewhere and I want to beat the crap out of him, it's okay to have civil conversations sometimes.
I guess. I felt a little dirty hearing that, but
Well,
Thanks, Kev.
He was very nice.
sure.
You know what I mean?
Now he is.
There's a lot of you know the Cowboy fan that I'm talking about, the one that's freaking annoying.
Yeah, all of them.
Hey, he seemed like a nice man. All right, you said during the break that there's a text message that we've been waiting for.
Yes, there is. And we have not been waiting that long for it.
Okay.
Because earlier in the week, we talked about a certain Phillies fan that was going to say a certain something about where the season is going and where they want it to go. And you asked the question of how long till we hear what we heard in 2022. Well, Steve checks in early this morning. Baseball is dead in Philadelphia. I am rooting for the Phillies to lose and miss the playoffs so Dave Dombrowski does not get a contract extension. I am contemplating becoming a Dodgers fan.
All right, well, don't switch your allegiances. That would be ridiculous. And picking the Dodgers would be the weakest thing in the world. I'm sorry. Like, I would question your ability in life if you would just be a Dodgers fan because that's weak. You can't do that. But I did say earlier this week, when do we get that text? When do we get the call? When do we get the tweet? When do we get the email? When do we get the phone call, the voice memo of somebody saying, I want them to lose because it would be better for them? Look, today is the day where I say, no debating. I want them to make the playoffs personally because I like baseball. And if you get into the playoffs with those pitchers, they have a chance. But I can't keep having that conversation or I'm going to freaking lose my mind and pop a gasket. So today, Davis Honda text line, voice memo, 610-632-0975. Say whatever the hell you want about the Philadelphia Phillies. Be offensive. Take it a step too far. I don't care. Like, say stuff like that. Say that I want them to miss the playoffs so that Dave Dombrowski gets fired. Go for it. They have played like crap. They deserve every bit of negative energy thrown toward them because you know what they're doing to us? Throwing every bit of negative energy toward us. I got to watch these games. Like, seriously, it was a nice afternoon yesterday. I got to watch that game. That was miserable. Booney, who produces the Unfiltered for NBC Sports Philadelphia TV side, put out a tweet yesterday. Bryce Harper, who deserves heat today too. Everybody does. Everybody's on the table, except for maybe Christopher Sanchez. Everybody's on the table. Bryce Harper uses a challenge in the second inning yesterday and was wrong. Once again, there's got to be strategies to challenging. Like, what are you doing, dude? There's nobody on base. You got to pick your spots, bro. Like, Bryce Harper is 100% I know the strike zone. So he was wrong again. He is 17 for 16 on challenges this year. 47%.
What?
Or 17 for 36. 47%. That was the 19th time Bryce Harper has made an ABS challenge as a hitter and lost. Most in baseball. He might need to have his challenge privileges taken away. I'm serious. The person we were most worried about, if you remember, going back to March, we did a topic, you, me, and Johnny, about who's the guy that would be the most successful with it and who's the guy that would be the worst with it. We all said Bohm, I think, as the worst. Like, we were worried that Bohm would be doing it every at-bat, right? I don't know if we said Harper. I think we probably said Schwarber or JT. But I don't think anybody expected Bryce Harper to have the most unsuccessful challenges in Major League Baseball. But he's been doing it all season long, and he's not good at it. He's got to stop. I think he needs to lose the privilege. I don't care that you're Bryce Harper. I don't care that you're two-time MVP. If you stink at something, stop.
Well, he's not going to lose the privilege, but if you tell him, hey, not before the 7th inning.
Yeah, stop doing it in the 2nd inning with nobody on base, dude, because now your pride's just getting in the way of things. Bleep pride, Butch. All right, coming up next, we'll get some more voice memos, hopefully cleaned up this time. You can send them in at 610-632-0975. Say whatever you want about the Phillies. Nothing is over the top today. Go for it. We'll clean it up if you have to drop a couple F-bombs in it. I promise this time around. Also, I want the first debate day topic. Debate day Thursday, whatever you've been debating with people, sports, non-sports, preferably non-sports, just send them in 610-632-0975. We'll get more reaction, and we'll check the first debate day topic. Coming up next, it is Mornings with Andrew here on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic app.
So, during the commercial break, a lot of you listening did not hear it because you might be listening on the app or you might be listening in your car, but YouTube heard it. Rules are different on YouTube. I want over-the-top voice memos sent in about the Phillies. Let your anger out. Say things that might not even make sense. Talk about trading people that won't get traded. I don't care. Let them hear it because they deserve it. Our first voice memo, the memo ended with a loud F. All right? Long, drawn-out F-bomb. Sean Rodman, who is the associate producer today, comes in. He goes, dude, I'm sorry. I thought he said, ah. And me and Connor were both like, what? It's early. So maybe he's still waking up a little bit. But that was very clearly not an ah and very clearly an F. And a loud one and a strong one at that.
I'll tell you what, this Phillies team is eyeing terrible.
Yes, they are. All right, before we get to the voice memos and debate day and text line, I got to point this out. The Little League World Series regional play is happening right now. I love the Little League World Series. It's the last bit of pure baseball.
Can you bet on it yet?
I'm sure on some accounts you can.
Okay.
But not. I don't think some of the major books do. But because that's kind of gross. It's kind of gross.
Give me Timmy to go 2 hits.
We have a new legend of the game. Remember my name's Big Al and I hit dingers, kid. We have a new one. Nahoa Carvalho Breed plays for Hawaii. He's 11 years old. 5'7", 240 pounds.
Oh my God. Big boy.
The fun fact that they put on the screen, he eats a Snickers bar before every game. That's his
A Snickers bar.
Listen, he's 11 years old. Don't be a douche.
I'm not.
He's 11.
I'm not.
Come on, man. You're taking shots at an 11-year-old kid. As a former obese child, I take exception to that, man.
I'm just saying.
All right? I used to come home, and my mom would have brownies on the table. Did I eat 1 or 5? What do you think?
If you're a Snickers bar away from 240, you're probably having more.
Well, he's a legend.
Hell yeah.
Pre-game Snickers, man. And he bats in the middle of the order. He bats 4th for him.
Yeah, dude, of course he does.
I love it, man.
What do you think? They're batting him leadoff?
The new legend of the game.
Hey,
of the Little League
let's
World
get the
Series.
bases hot.
Yeah, well, that's what they do with Schwarber. Schwarber bats leadoff so he can get more at-bats. Yeah, more at-bats. 4 outs yesterday. Stupid leadoff thing. I hate it. You know what? I've bit my tongue. I've been a polite boy. I've held my peace. All right? I'm sick and tired of Kyle Schwarber back in the leadoff spot. Great. He hit 2 home runs the other day. There's nobody on base for the second one. Luis Ariz slapped singles. All right? He finally got a hit yesterday. Oh, holy Lord. He got a hit. Bat him leadoff. I don't care if I sound like a caveman. Let the guy that hits for the fences have people on base. He bats leadoff. It's stupid. Yeah, well, if you bat leadoff, you have more chances to bat more. I don't care. It's dumb. This team's falling apart. Mix things up. Put a traditional leadoff. Put Justin Crawford leadoff. I don't care. God, there's some stat nerd listening right now going, why is this guy on sports talk radio? He knows nothing. Stupid. All right, sorry. I've been waiting to. That one's been boiling for a little bit.
Yeah, I can tell.
God, it's just so freaking annoying. Shout out to the Snickers kid for getting that started. All right, do we have a debate day topic that has come in yet on the Davis on the text line?
Yes, we do.
All right, good, because I need to keep it light because I can't do this all day with the Phillies. I literally can't do it. And I feel like a heathen for saying that I think it's going to come down to the wire in the NFC East. Like, today's not my day. Today is I'm depressed and angry about the Phillies, and here I am on August 13th wondering, hey, are you guys penciling in the Eagles as division winners? Because I'm not ready to do that just yet. That sucks. So what do we got?
This one is, I think, a rough take from our guy Static from Chester. He says, debate day. I've been debating my friends that the convenience of online shopping will never replace the atmosphere of going to the mall.
Not agree. You think it's a bad take?
Yeah, that's nostalgia 101.
Yeah, no, I get.
When was the last time you went to the mall?
I don't buy clothes.
Well, you're wearing some.
Yeah, I'm wearing the same things that I wear. Like, how many times do I have to say it? Like, I got dressed up today because it's picture day. Me and Johnny Marks. Like, this is me dressing up. A shirt with buttons on it. You saw me at the Maxi event. I was so uncomfortable wearing a suit. I was like, I can't wait to get out of this freaking thing. I get it, though. Like, I get the walking around, actually looking at something. Let's say you are clothes shopping. I don't do that. You don't know how it fits. Every size is different. Large isn't large. Medium isn't medium. Some places, right? Dude, kids' clothes, man. I'm living it now with Coop. 3T is actually like 5T. 5T is actually 2T. Like, it's unbelievable. All these companies are different. There's not one set size.
Yeah, I mean, clothes you got to try on, but, bro, I hate going to the mall. I'll tell you. It's too many people not paying attention, wandering around, bumping into you. The lines are long.
Yeah, we get an Annie Ann's pretzel. It's nice. It's nice.
It's not Philly pretzel factory.
Look, I get what he's saying. It is very convenient that it'll just order things online.
Yeah, if you're a teenager, you like the mall.
Can I say something though? Now that this comes up, and then we'll check the poll of the day here. We've gone too far with the grocery shopping online. We've gone too far. I believe if I was president of the United States of America, my first order of business would not be world peace. My first order of business would be to monitor who is using the Target, curbside pickup, the ShopRite curbside pickup. If you are somebody that struggles to walk, you're somebody that, you got an injury, you're up there in age, whatever. You need a wheelchair, you need a walker, go for it. Curbside. If you are a perfectly fine individual, you got no ailments, you're good to go. Go into the freaking store and shop yourself. Because I see these people 99 degrees outside at Target. They got to wear their khakis, right? They got to wear their slacks. They're going outside and dropping off your groceries for you. I've also seen it worse. This one's even worse. When it's raining. They're all filled up. They're all filled up. Like, I think people make the conscious decision of, oh, it's raining outside. I would have to get out of my car to get into the store. I'm going to buy my groceries online and then let the sorry sucker that works at the Target get soaking wet. I think it's wrong.
Really?
Yes.
That bothers you?
Yeah, because you're thinking about yourself and not other people.
Well, you're buying a service. You're paying for a service.
Yeah. I get it. You're paying for a service. And that service should be for people that need it. Not the person that's just like, oh, I'm going to drink my latte in the car while my groceries get dropped off.
I don't need someone
You're a curbside guy, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I go into the Target. But, like, if I'm getting food delivered or something, I don't need someone to bring me a burger at 2 in the morning. I could go walk down the street and get it, but it's easier. And I pay them for it. Like,
yeah. Nah, I think it's wrong. Because I'm telling you, I see it worse when the weather's worse. The worse the weather is, snow days, go in yourself, dude. It's like the person that orders delivery during a snow day. Like, what are you doing? Oh, I don't want to get out there, but I'll have somebody drive to my house, though. It's not right, man.
I did have one when we were stuck in the hotel for the snow day this last year. I got Chipotle from, like, down the block.
Yeah, no, it's wrong. Go walk yourself.
Well, the guy was on a bike.
Yeah, no. See, you're an ass.
Oh, my God.
You're an ass. You can't do that, dude.
I gave him so much money.
I
tipped him so much money. I was like,
as you should.
Terrible.
Yes, as you should.
We were doing
This poor guy is riding his bike in a blizzard, and you're too lazy to walk a block.
I didn't know he'd be on a bike.
Even if he was in his car, he could spin out and die.
Yeah, but at least you're
the $7 tip you gave him, that really fed his family.
I gave him 15.
All right. Coming up next, Andrew the Checker will be in studio. It's a Debate Day Thursday. I love Debate Day Thursdays because we get into nonsense like this. Have at it with the Phillies. Leave your voice memos. Just talk about how you hate them. That's great. But Andrew the Checker will be in studio. Over the next hour, a lot of training camp updates, a lot of football talk. But I want to get his thoughts on this division discussion. But also, there is something that is being talked about a lot at training camp that I think is so important for this Eagles offense and for whether or not Jalen Hurts returns to the quarterback that we saw in 2022. He's doing something, and there's been a lot of people talking about it that I love hearing. But I want to hear from Andrew DeCecco because he's the one that's down there every single day. Is it actually happening? I'll tell you what it is coming up next. Mornings with Andrew, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Another series loss. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies lost again yesterday, falling to the Cardinals 7-1, dropping the series in St. Louis. Zach Wheeler allowed 5 runs, 4 of them earned over 5 innings worth of work. 4 of those runs came in the 5th inning alone in a blow-up inning for him, and the offense wasn't much better. They went 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. The Phils have now lost 6 of their 8 series post-All-Star break. Don Mattingly, Phil's manager, says the only thing they got to do is just move on.
It's not going to do us any good to look back and say, that things that happened behind you aren't coming back. It's not going to change. There's nothing for us to do but move on.
Real inspiring message there as the Phils head to Iowa. Next up for them is the Field of Dreams game out in Dyersville. The game scheduled for tonight at 7:30. You can watch it on Netflix. Aaron Nola faces Taj Bradley. Rain in the forecast, so weather is something to keep an eye on. The Eagles have their first preseason game Saturday against the Ravens in Baltimore. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media today at 9:40. We got Andrew DeCecco in studio with us for the next hour talking about the latest on the Birds in camp. The Sixers NBA Cup schedule was released yesterday. The full schedule comes out today at 3 p.m. We'll talk to Bob Cooney at 9:05 about that and a little bit on the Phils. This update is brought to you by the Makem Group. They support contractors with one of the largest PVF inventories from pipe, valve, and fittings to trusted brands. Count on the Makem Group to help you stay on schedule. Visit MakemGroup.com today. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It's Mornings with Andrew on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, 7 o'clock here on Mornings with Andrew. YouTube not happy with me. What else is new? Clearly, you guys are all lazy, entitled people using curbside pickup. Oh, now what are you going to do? Come on, you trying to take jobs away from people? No, I said curbside pickup should still be around. Just for people that actually need it, not the person that's just sipping on their mocha latte frappuccino.
Well, you like to go into the store so you can yell at grocery store workers for doing their job.
I didn't yell. She deserved it. By the way, Connor during the break goes, I would take licenses away from anybody above the age of 60. Like, what? My dad still works, and he's over 60.
A ridiculous statement.
Guess who's
what do you
walking
wanna-
to work?
My God, dude.
A ridiculous statement by Connor.
People think my take was bad. Connor's trying to take licenses away from people of the age of 60.
There's a lot of people that shouldn't drive.
My God. Yes, I agree with you, but that's harsh, dude. You go ahead, call my dad right now.
Okay.
Tell him, hey, Papa Salciunas, sorry, man. If I was president, you wouldn't be able to drive. You'll be trapped in your house until the day you die. Say that to him.
I've got dumb buddies. I've had to take keys away before. I'll do it again.
Andrew DeCecco's in the studio. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on? Good morning.
Happy training camp day. I know you'll be going down there today, and so we got you for the hour. You're here till 8 o'clock. And coming up at 7:30, we're going to do an NFL primetime Eagles training camp update.
Okay.
We're going to play the bed, and I'm just going to fire things at you, and you're just going to tell me all about it, all right?
Sure.
Everything that's going on in training camp. But there is something that I do want to focus on now because I think it's so important to the Eagles offense. And it's something that we talked about a lot last year, something that wasn't happening last year, and it's Jalen Hurts utilizing his legs. So I want to play a clip. Adam Schefter on Get Up yesterday with Harry Douglas. They were talking about some of the things that they've been hearing at camp, and then I get to turn you, who's actually at camp every single day. But this was Adam Schefter clearly talking to somebody. If you remember, 2 years ago, there was the very out of nowhere in the summer tweet from Jeremy Fowler. Hey, the Eagles are looking to make Jalen Hurts more of a pocket pass. Like, it just kind of came out of nowhere, and you're like, huh, why are you putting that out randomly? Who randomly texted you? This was Shefty and Harry Douglas yesterday talking about Jalen Hurts looking a little bit more trimmed down and using his legs.
Everybody that's been at camp has remarked about how quick and fast Jalen Hurts has looked at training camp. I don't know if at the age of 28 you can get much faster, but it seems like he has this summer. There's a lot to learn. They're going to lean on him to run more, operate this offense. He's going to have to be mobile. But I didn't realize that at 28 you could gain speed. How does that happen? Help me out here.
So it's the offensive system that actually demands a lot of it as well. I remember talking to Matt Ryan when Kyle Shanahan went there, and he was the offensive coordinator. Matt Ryan won, offensive player MVP of the league in 2016. It demands you because you have to get over there with the play fix, get over there and hand the football off coming under center, and on naked bootlegs. You have to be in tip-top shape from a quarterback perspective. On top of that, you look at Jalen Hurts. It's all about giving the offense an advantage over the defense. And if you have to play, Lewis, like you alluded to, 11-on-11 football, that gives you an advantage offensively because now the numbers are skewed towards the offense.
So people are going to take this however they want to take it. Jalen Hurts is not a good enough quarterback to just be like a pocket passer. He's not. Part of what makes him dangerous is everything else that he can do. I'm not saying he can't throw the deep ball. I'm not saying that he can't run an offense. But what makes him dangerous, what makes him that former top 10 quarterback that we talked about 2 years ago, was him being able to utilize his legs as his strength. You heard Harry Douglas talk about it. Defenses have to worry about it. And it's not just always tucking and running. It's moving the pocket. It's not just immediately taking the snap, I don't see anything, roll right and throw it out of bounds, because that's what he did pretty much all last season. So, Andrew, we talked about him not using his legs a lot last season and how that could have been a detriment to the Eagles' offense. We tried figuring out why. Is it because they're trying to prolong his career? Is he dealing with something that we don't know about? Is this Kevin Patullo's understanding of an offense? There was a million reasons why he may not have been using it. But you're down there every single day at training camp. Have you seen what they were just talking about? A slimmed-down Jalen Hurts, a more mobile Jalen Hurts, and an offense that will utilize it a little bit more?
Well, through 10 practices, yes. And he does look a little leaner. He does look like he has some more juice as a runner. Some of those look to be design runs, but there are others where, when J-Lux Hunt's bearing down on you, you have to maneuver the pocket and try to find room to run, and it's kind of maybe a broken play. But I do think that that's something that the Eagles are going to still lean into. I know last season there was sort of an aversion to tap into that element of his game. But I think right now, and again, I emphasize that it's just 10 training camp practices, I do get the sense that that's going to be a part of it. Now, do I think that that's going to be a sizable portion of it? No. But he does look like he has a little bit more juice and explosiveness in the open field. I agree with that.
But do you think he was hesitant last year? And regardless of what the reason was, like, he was hesitant last year. So do you think, I don't know, if you're looking in your crystal ball, we all saw it from sports talk radio hosts all the way to Jeffrey Lurie. Like, we all saw it. Is there maybe some sort of way where they go, all right, look, we need you to do this a little bit more, or we're not going to be as effective as an offense?
I assume so, because I think part of what makes the offense and Jalen Hurts, frankly, such a dynamic threat and an explosive, entity is that he does have that +1. He offers that +1 as a runner, and teams have to account for that. It also helps the running game. It opens things up in the passing game. It just provides so many more options for you to do as an offense. And so I think for them to really reach their fullest potential offensively, you would like to see Jalen Hurts tap into his dimensions as a runner. And I think from what we've seen thus far, it suggests that that's going to be at least a portion of it.
And I love hearing that because I think they need it. I think he needs to do it, and I think that just helps the offense out even more because, I mean, there's little things in football. Football is a beautiful sport. It's a complex sport. It's a physical sport. But, there's little things that can really change how an offense looks. If there's the threat to run, that helps you. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. In Nick Sirianni's, we don't motion, just to motion. I thought, even though they were successful, they were winning. You can't deny it. They won the freaking Super Bowl. Little things like that. I'm like, well, no, you should use it a little bit. You were toward the bottom, and one of the words that kept on popping up about your offense was predictable. Mm-hmm. You got to do little things. It doesn't mean Jalen Hurts has to run the ball 12 times, but a design run here, a Jalen Hurts scramble here, just to keep the defense guessing. It's what made him so special a couple years ago.
Yeah, look, I don't think you're going to see him run it with the same kind of volume that he did if you think back to 2022 against the Green Bay Packers, where he maybe carried it 17 to 20
times. Yeah.
But I think that there are spots that the Eagles can really lean into that a little bit. But again, you also want to make sure that you're protecting your quarterback. I'm not suggesting that 28's an older age, but you got to make sure that you're not taking unnecessary hits as well. So you got to be a little bit more strategic maybe with when you're implementing it.
Sure.
Yeah, 28 still has a driver's license.
Thanks,
Connor.
Thanks for that.
We appreciate that.
Valuable insight.
2022, Jalen Hurts. Let's see. I'm trying to see where his rushing stats were in 2022. In 2022, to your point, 760 times he ran the football. 784 2021, his first full season as a starter. That's normal, right? For a mobile quarterback, they're going to run the ball a lot more. 760 in 2022, 605 in 2023. That's when he's dealing with the knee thing. 630 in 2024.
Or something last year.
421. And by the way, how many of those were 105. Sorry. How many of those were tush pushes? I was looking at the yards. I'm an idiot. 165, 157, 150, 105. But it dropped. Yeah. How many of those were tush pushes?
Probably a healthy portion of that.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Yeah. So, he needs to utilize his legs a little bit more because that's what makes him more dangerous. It makes the Eagles' offense then more dangerous. For him to just take that out of his game, I know that it's a physical sport, but he is still young.
Sure.
And if
he's
that's
in his prime right now.
Yeah. I need you want to start talking about pocket passing at age 33, 34, fine, we'll get there. Right now, I still need you to use that as a part of your game because that's what's going to make him better, and it's what's going to make the rest of the Eagles' offense better. Now, we have a poll of the day running right now that I'm curious what your answer would be on it, Andrew, and then we'll dive deeper into the discussion. Poll of the day brought to us by Dr. Avedon Appel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. It's strong for 4 hours every single morning thanks to Dr. Avedon Appel. What do we got this morning, Connor?
They're agreeing with us, believe it or not, but I'll tell you what the question is. How do you see the NFC East playing out this year? 3 options for you. Eagles win the division easily, Eagles win a tight division, or the Eagles don't win a division. So, Andrew, your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think they do win the division, but I think it's going to be a little bit closer than maybe it's given credit for because I'm a little bit more bullish on the Dallas Cowboys because of the defense and Christian Parker's implementation there and what he could provide in terms of structure and discipline. They've gotten some different pieces there that I think are really going to gel with his vision. And so you look at their offense. Their offense has largely remained unchanged. They have continuity there. Coordinator Dak Prescott, you know what you're going to get from him. And then you look at the defensive side. What's changed? Well, they've added, I think, one of the more intriguing young defensive minds in the NFL to balance things out a little bit, but I still don't think that they're in the same league as the Eagles when it comes to just overall efficiency.
Yeah, I mean, my takeaway today, so one of our topics is just sort of how you see this playing out, because I just want to get the feel for the city. What's the percentage looking at right now?
So 18% are saying Eagles win the division easily. 62% are saying Eagles win a tight division. 20% are saying the Eagles don't win a division. So nice little bell curve.
Yeah, 20% is actually higher than I thought, because I know how we are about the Eagles. Like, they're gonna win the Super Bowl every single year. They are legitimate Super Bowl contenders this year. Last year, Andrew, I didn't view the Commanders as a threat at all. Like, at all. I thought Eagles win the division, and I'm putting my feet up the last 3 weeks of the regular season. Obviously, there were other things to worry about, but when it came to the division, I thought no sweat whatsoever. Eagles are going to win this division, and that's kind of how it played out. I don't feel that way this year. I believe they win. And clearly, the majority of people feel the same way, that they win and that it's going to be tight. Because I know how we get about the Cowboys, right? I know how this city is. We hate the Cowboys. They stink. There's nothing good about them. I agree with you. I hate everything about them as well. But they're going to be better this year. So our question today, have a text ready, Connor, 610-632-0975. Would you pencil them in as division winners right now? No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm going to pencil it in. The Eagles are winning this division. No doubt on my mind.
No, not at this moment.
Me neither.
Because it's not a slam dunk.
Me neither.
I think they have a very strong chance, but right now, as we sit on August 13th, I can't say that's definitively
because what if
the case.
What if, and I'm hoping this isn't the case, and I don't think it's going to be the case. The Eagles coming into 2024, we asked them to be middle of the pack defensively, and we thought the offense was going to be a top 10 offense, and that would make them dangerous. If the Cowboys get that defense to middle of the pack with the offense that they have, we had a caller earlier, Kevin, who is a Cowboys fan. He said, I think you're overrating the Cowboys offense a little bit. All right, even if they took 2 steps back, right, in terms of rankings, they're still a top 10 offense. And if they're a middle of the pack defense, what we said about the Eagles going into 2024 is what you can say about the Cowboys going into 2026. Do I think Christian Parker, as much as you respect him, will make them the number 1 defense? I don't think they're there yet.
No.
I think it's going to take some time. He's not Vic Fangio yet.
But as we all know, I am pretty bullish on Christian Parker's upside, so I have that much confidence. Could I be wrong? Yeah, I mean, of course I can. But I also think there's something to be said for the continuity on the offensive side of the ball for them. Same system, same key receivers. Jake Ferguson's there at tight end, Dak Prescott. Their offensive line is really strong. I like what they bring there. They have a lot of young pieces. Tyler Booker, Tyler Smith, for example, Cooper Beebe at center. And then the running game, they don't really have, like Javonte Williams had a nice season, but can he replicate that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I was shocked by what he did last year.
He's had injuries in his career, and so that's maybe a question that you could look at. But I think the big change for them will be on the defensive side, where they have a lot of pieces that I think are sort of going to weave in nicely with what Christian Parker typically looks for in certain positions.
All right, what do we got on the text line? So the majority of people, when I opened up the topic this morning, YouTube kind of laughed at me. I appreciate you guys, your family. They kind of laughed at me. But the poll right now, majority of people saying, yeah, they're going to win, but it's going to be close. What do we got on the Davis Honda text line?
I'll do you one better. Voice memo here from Mark from Hatboro checking in.
Morning, guys. Mark from Hatboro. I'll go ahead and pencil the Eagles in as winning the division, and the reason why is Washington just lost their starting left tackle. I don't think New York has the greatest talent on their roster, and 30 years of Dallas of just coming up short in the playoffs, right before the playoffs, and Dak comes up small all the time. Yeah, I'll go ahead and pencil the Eagles in as the winners, but I do agree it will be close this year. Go Birds.
Go Birds. I love it. Look, the Commanders and Giants, I appreciate the voice memo. I appreciate you mentioning both of them. I have no worries about those two teams. Do I think like a game against the Giants could be a difficult game? Yes, I do. But in terms of a 17-game regular season, when the dust settles, do I believe the Giants are still standing? No, I don't. Do I believe the Commanders are still standing? No, I don't. Could the Cowboys? Yes. And look, I get it. For 30 years, they've come up small. They've won the division over the span of the 30 years. They've won the division with Jalen Hurts as the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, the Cowboys have. Like, it's not – I know the Eagles finally broke the streak of no back-to-back division winners. 3 years ago, the Cowboys won the division. So we do the whole, it's the Cowboys, they come up small. Yeah, they do, especially come playoff time. It's why when we do these quarterback rankings and Dak Prescott is ahead of Jalen Hurts, yeah, sure, his arm is. But the overall quarterback play, I'm expecting Dak Prescott to throw 2 interceptions in a big game. But when it comes to the division, let's not act like 2 years ago was 50 years ago. Like, they won the division 2 years ago.
Right, and I think to your point about the New York Giants, they are going to be a better team.
Yes.
They have a lot more talent than in recent years. They're still probably a year or so away for really making that jump, but I do believe that John Harbaugh is going to provide a lot of structure and discipline that you need, because if you think back to a lot of the Giants teams over the years, they sort of have fallen apart. They've come apart at the seams, and I think that starts at the top a lot of times. That's not, at least in my estimation, going to be the case, but I still think they're a year or two off from really being a viable contender. The Commanders, I just don't see it. I do like Jaden Daniels as a quarterback, but they need more than just Jaden Daniels. They have to make sure that they have enough adequate protection up front to keep them upright and healthy. That's going to be the big question. And
Hell, you could say the same thing about Jackson Dart.
Oh, yeah.
I think more of it's on him. Like, he needs to take care of himself.
He plays
more.
a little bit, recklessly, and he's going to have to clean that up. Scatterboo is a really physical, punishing type of runner that, that style doesn't tend to lend itself to a long career, but it is going to be something that they could kind of hang their hat on in the immediacy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Before we get a debate day topic in here, Connor, at 610-632-0975, you mentioned structure from the head coach of the New York Giants. Do you know all the coaches since Tom Coughlin's last season in 2015? There have been 6 of them.
Ben McAdoo.
Yep.
Their special teams coach, Joe. It was a special teams coach.
Yeah, the meathead from local guy. Oh, he's a local guy. Can't say anything bad about him.
I can't remember his name.
Joe Judge.
Joe Judge.
There was for 4 games. Spags.
Yeah, that's right.
Steve Spagnuolo for 4 games. Ben McAdoo. That guy. Pat Shermer.
Right.
Mike Kafka for 7 games last year. And then, of course, nutball Brian Dable, who was just – that guy was insane, dude. He can't be a head coach. I know he is with 10 – is he – no. What's his face? Sala is. Dable can't be a head coach.
Hang on. Isn't that former coach of the year, Brian Dable?
Yeah, and I thought it was stupid.
Show some respect.
I thought it was stupid that he was coach of the year. Yeah, the guy's a nutcase. I think he's a great coordinator. I don't think he should be a head coach. There's some guys that just can't handle all that. All right, what do we have as a debate day topic this morning, Connor, other than curbside pickup?
Yeah, so we have a debate coming in here from Frank in Phoenixville. This one's sports related. He says, what's more likely to happen in the next 5 years? 100 losses by the Phillies or 1 World Series championship?
What, in a season?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
100 losses by the Phillies. I mean, you talk about the dark years coming. I mean, John Kincaid told you a lot about that.
It's still a World Series.
See, I say World Series because my first thought is with those 3 pitchers, you're not going to lose 100 games.
Right.
But do I have all 3 pitchers in 2 years?
Right. You got to.
I don't know what Zach Wheeler's
You got to probably scratch next year, right? And then you got another. Everyone's a year older. Your nucleus is aging.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look, losing 100 games is hard, dude.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be
it's
that.
hard. It's hard to lose 100 games.
I don't think they would either, to be clear, but I think they're closer to that than they would
winning
be
a World Series.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's see. Is there going to be any 100 loss teams this year? I don't think so. Nobody's like the Rockies are pretty bad. The Angels are pretty bad. But are they going to reach 100 losses? Probably not.
Right, and with Harper, Turner, Schwarber, this team won't be that. They're not winning a World Series. They won't be that. You're just looking at Trey. If Trey played every position, they'd lose 1 million games.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't play every position. He only plays shortstop. God forbid he gets moved elsewhere. All right, debate day topics. Keep sending them in, 610-632-0975. Keep sending in your voice memos of hatred toward the Phillies. They deserve it today. And our Eagles-related topic is, do you think you would pencil in the Eagles as division winners right now? No ifs, ands, or buts. No doubts in your mind. Eagles are winning the division. I hesitate to do that right now. I think they win it, but I think it's going to be tight, man. 610-632-0975. Coming up next, we only got 30 more minutes left of Andrew DeCecco because you got to make your way over to camp. So coming up next, I have a list of questions about the offense, about the defense, how they look, health related, all these things, and you're just going to fire them at us, every response. You got it? You think you can handle it?
I mean, look, I was born in 89, but I was ready in 88, so whatever questions you throw my way, I got
Damn
it.
right you are. All right, that comes your way next here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phils lose in St. Louis. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took another loss yesterday, falling to the Cardinals 7-1, dropping the series in St. Louis. Zach Wheeler allowed 5 runs, 4 of them earned over 5 innings worth of work, and 4 of those runs came in just the 5th inning, where the game really got out of hand. The offense wasn't much better. They went 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position, and the Phils have now lost 6 of their 8 series post All-Star break. Catcher JT Realmuto talked after the game about the bad stretch they're in.
We got to turn it around. Obviously, there's still plenty of time to do so, but nobody in here is happy about the brand of baseball we're playing right now. So we just need to figure it out, turn it around, and play a lot better.
Yeah, JT, nobody outside the room is happy about the way you're playing either. Next up for the Phils is the Field of Dreams game against the Twins in Dyersville, Iowa. Game is scheduled for tonight at 7:30 p.m. on Netflix. Aaron Nola faces Taj Bradley. Rain is in the forecast, so weather is something to watch today. The Eagles have their first preseason game Saturday against the Ravens down in Baltimore. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media at 9:40 this morning. The Sixers NBA Cup schedule was released yesterday. The full NBA schedule comes out today at 3. Andrew DeCecco will be with us for the rest of the 7 o'clock hour. Bob Cooney joins the show at 9:05. This update is brought to you by Taco Bell. Experience a new $3 Pepper Jack Steak Burrito and decadent melty or crisp fresca. Limited time at participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary. Tax extra. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Fanatic app.
This hour is brought to you by the BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook. Live bet sports on the BetParks app and play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook. Must be 21 plus in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, before we do like an NFL primetime training camp edition, I gotta get at least one more voice memo and then some thoughts on the Phillies from Andrew DeCecco. So today, if you're just tuning in, I started the show off with the really quiet, disappointed voice with the Phillies because that's what they've done to me. And I want your job today, as the listeners of this fine show, at 610-632-0975 is to leave a voice memo and to just let it all out. And there will be no debating. You can say the most asinine thing in the world you want. Package Schwarber, Harper, and Turner for a bunch of minor leaguers. Say whatever you want. They deserve to get every bit of crap that they want. I'm even letting you go one step further. Be offensive. All right, we're too kind in 2026, except for social media because everybody's so strong on there. We're too kind. I need you to voice your frustration, offend them, go one step further. Talk about how they look. I don't care. And if you curse, we'll try to clean it up, unlike our first voice memo of the morning. What do we got this time on the Davis Honda voice memo line, Connor?
All right, so Pete from Drexel Hill is checking in with a Phillies rant. I'm just going to close my eyes and hit the button. Hope for the best.
Dave Dombrowski, you suck. Why don't you take your good ball club and beat yourself over the head with it? Bryce Harper, I've never seen such a great ball player be as equally of a stupid ball player. That challenge. Are you kidding me? One of these days I'm expecting him to hit a single and run up the third baseline. This team sucks!
That was great. See, that's good. And Bryce Harper is an idiot sometimes. Worst challenger in Major League Baseball. The base running is just putrid sometimes. Trying to stretch singles into doubles when the ball was hit to the shortstop. He deserves to hear it. Nobody should be off the table right now. Every single player on the Phillies deserves any bit of criticism except maybe Christopher Sanchez, Zach Wheeler, and Jesus Luzardo because those have been the only three staples, and Joan Duran.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Everybody else, there's a reason why, Andrew, I said this yesterday. If the Phillies miss the playoffs, it will be for no reason other than their own inability to play good baseball. There wasn't a major injury, right, where you're like, damn, when that guy got hurt, the season went. That's why it happened. There's no suspension. Damn, man, if we had Jose Alvarado, it would have been better. There's nothing. There's nothing to point to other than the roster is what the roster is, and the roster's not good enough. If they miss the playoffs, it's literally because of just their inability to play good baseball.
Yeah, I mean, this was always a flawed roster, right? They ran it back. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And now all of your talent has aged another year. And so when you go into the season, what's changed? Why would you expect this year to be any different? The trade deadline has come and gone. This is your roster.
Yeah.
The same inconsistencies, the same sore spots in the lineup, the same lackadaisical play in the field, and they are so reliant on the starting pitching.
Yeah.
That's a tough way to live when your outcome is predicated on maybe 6 players delivering every single night.
Yeah.
More or less. I mean, they've shown you who they are. So when you get to the postseason, if you get to the postseason and they fall short, kind of expect it.
Dave Dombrowski's surprised.
This is old news.
Dave Dombrowski's surprised that the lineup hasn't been consistent this year. I like that. He should be fired. Honestly, when that podcast dropped, John Middleton's secretary or whoever works with John Middleton should have sent John Middleton the clip. Hey, Dave's surprised by the lack of consistency from the offense. He thought that they had a better offense. He should be fired on the spot.
Yeah, when I hear surprised, what are you surprised about? You've seen the same movie.
Over and over and over again. It's the same team, man.
Nothing has changed. And so just expect it.
It's unbelievable.
Expect a bumpy ride. Don't let it catch you by surprise.
And if they miss the playoffs, it's not because of anything other than just their own doing, man. It's unbelievable. All right, hit me with some NFL primetime music. I'm going to be Chris Berman. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. And you'll be R.I.P. Tom Jackson. I love Tom Jackson.
He's great.
It's fantastic. He's still alive.
I think he might still be alive. I don't know.
Wikipedia says he's still with us. Didn't somebody pass away?
I'll do some research. You start the segment. We'll break in
Right.
with the news of whether or not he's alive.
Sorry if I killed you off. That's all me.
What questions do you have for me?
All right, let's talk about training camp updates. All right, this one's a simple one. Who's winning so far, Eagles offense or Eagles defense early on in training camp?
Eagles defense.
Okay,
But
why is that?
the offense is coming alive a little bit. But the Eagles defense, a lot of those players, the nucleus has been together for 3 and in some cases 4 years. I mean, there's continuity there, and there's high-end talent on all 3 levels, and you're facing an offense that's they're actively installing a new system, so that really shouldn't be a surprise.
Okay.
And that's typically how it goes in training camp. The defense always has the early leg up.
All right, how are the rookies doing so far? We know that Mekhi Lemon's been dealing with the hamstring, but it's not just Mekhi Lemon. They have plenty of rookies. How's everybody looking so far in their first training camp in the NFL?
Yeah, so Mekhi Lemon has missed about 6 or 7 practices, so that's not ideal. I'm not going to factor him in this equation. Needless to say, he's missing valuable opportunities to build that rapport with Jalen Hurts, but you don't want to rush back a soft tissue injury, nor will the Eagles do that. Eli Stowers is quietly coming on a little bit. You might have to squint to see it, but
Okay.
he's making some catches there in team periods, and I think with that comes a little bit of confidence. I still think he's a developmental prospect, and it's going to take a little bit of time, but I can see the strides that he's making, and I'm curious to see how he fares in the preseason. Markel Bell has been the highlight of this draft class through 10 training camp practices. It seems like he's a little further ahead than maybe you would expect. He's getting a lot of valuable reps and opportunities. Notably, when Lane Johnson wasn't at practice last week, he was getting a lot of first-team reps. I think the Eagles like him quite a bit, and I am fascinated to see how this plays out, maybe with him and Fred Johnson down the line here.
I love that. Now, speaking of the offensive line, I'm not talking about health because we won't really know until the regular season starts, but how have they adjusted to Chris Cooper's style of playing as an offensive lineman?
Seemingly well, and I really noticed it the last practice. All these days run together, but the running backs had a lot of success, and it is very difficult to gauge the effectiveness of the run game in a training camp setting because you're not tackling to the ground and things of that nature, but you can see the blocks, the angles, and how it sort of unlocks the athleticism of this offensive line. Everyone who has talked along the offensive line has been effusive in their praise of Chris Cooper and the system, and so that is one of the things that I am most interested to see play out in the preseason when you can actually see, tangible results there.
This is great analysis from Tom Jackson, who's still very much alive. You heard it here first.
Great work.
I'm sorry. My bad. That's all me. That's the first time for me in my radio career, killing somebody off as they're still alive. All right. The guy that we're all intrigued by, has Uar Bernard figured out a little bit more about how to play football?
A little bit. There were signs of growth the other day. You could just see the power that he has when he's able to just kind of get up and strike an offensive lineman. He hasn't gotten a ton of reps. They're going to gradually work him along here, and that should be expected. That was all part of the plan. But he had a couple of nice reps the other day, including one on one-on-ones where it was sort of a stalemate. He didn't lose the rep. He didn't win the rep. But you could see him sort of coming alive a little bit and putting things together.
All right, like that. Now, here's something you said to me, I think a week or two ago. I don't even know if we were talking about it on the air. And I was like, damn, really? That sucks. How's Ty Robinson doing?
Another player that I think maybe through 7 practices, you're like, man, I haven't seen an awful lot of Ty Robinson.
Yeah.
He was working largely with the third team. Then he started getting some second-team reps, and mostly second-team reps, and he sprinkled in a little bit with the first team. He had a quote-unquote sack the other day during a team period. He had a couple of really nice reps and one-on-ones. Maybe that little dust-up that he had with Tyler Steen the other day maybe woke him up a little bit, but he's coming on a little bit.
Okay.
I'm not,
all right, that's better than what you told me last
We're
time.
not going to get carried away, but he's shown more signs of life than previous.
Yeah, last time when we were talking, you were like, yeah, he's really not doing anything. I was like, damn, I wasn't going to say I was fired up when they drafted him. I was like, I like this pick. It seems like a nice pick. And he's just
and
couldn't play
and
last
I'm
year.
sure the Eagles are hoping that Ty Robinson really pans out because at the end of this season, Moro Jomo's contract expires, and so does Byron Young, who I think an argument can be made that he's one of the more important depth pieces on the 2026 roster.
Man, how about that? All right, who has been like the MVP offense, defense so far at training camp?
Offensive MVP, Darius Cooper.
Okay.
He catches everything. He shows up every single day making a play, and he seems to have really built confidence and trust within Jalen Hurts. He's the player that they've gone to in critical moments, and he's catching the ball all over the field.
Yeah.
He's running a variety of routes. Defensively, it's a tie between Jalen Hunt and Jalen Carter. Both players have been forces of nature and being really disruptive behind the line of scrimmage. Jalen Carter looks quick and spry. He can wreck a practice anytime he wants to, and Jalen Hunt, man, I've said this to you before, Andrew. He's my breakout candidate on the defensive side.
Dude,
in
you're like tripling, quadrupling down.
Yeah, I feel really confident in that assessment. He's just done nothing but continue to perform every practice.
All right, love that. Now, lastly, you mentioned Darius Cooper. Shame on you, Connor Thomas. Connor sends me an email, who's in the lead for the Paul the Burner Turner Award winner. And you had Darius Cooper on there. The guy played in the NFL last year for the Eagles.
I got you.
That Paul the Burner Turner Award is the guy that you're like, oh, who's this person?
They brought in a bunch of other wide receivers, so there's a question about him making
but
the
he's
team.
Like maybe a Danny Gray, for example, would have been a better choice that fits the criteria.
Lampkin on there too.
Okay.
So who's your Paul? As of it's not over yet, right? It's still early in camp. But who is the front runner for the Paul the Burner Turner Award winner at Eagles training camp?
Wow, there hasn't really been anyone who's jumped out. I'm going to go maybe a young defensive back that's kind of flying under the radar a little bit. I'll say Maximus Pulley, an undrafted free agent. I think he's done some really good things. Tariq Castro-Fields, he's a long shot to make the roster, but he's opened some eyes when he's had his opportunities. But no one has really been a clear-cut answer here.
Yeah, preseason games.
No one's really emerged to that point. There hasn't been like an undrafted free agent that's caught fire or anything like that. But the preseason will be a big indicator.
Yeah, that's when we find out the true leaders in the clubhouse of the Paul the Burner Turner Award winner, Maximus Pulley.
And if you think about it, the number 4 safety spot has yet to be determined. Cole Wisniewski has missed 8 practices in a row. They drafted him in the 7th round out of Texas Tech. They have Andre Sam. They have Maximus Pulley. They have Kapina Gushikin.
Of course.
So we'll see how it goes. But, I mean, it's still going to be a competition that's worth watching. And I can't wait to break down the preseason because I already can tell you that there's a lot of different areas on this team that make this game worth watching. There's always something that you can learn.
Were you locked into the Hall of Fame game?
No.
I didn't watch a second of it, dude.
I know I told you that was. I didn't watch
I knew. Exactly.
The over hit.
I know it did. I was surprised because it usually never does. It's usually the worst game ever. But the over did hit for those of you who care.
But A.J. Dillon scored a touchdown. Former Eagle. Great guy.
That's right, former Eagle. How many games did he suit up? Not many.
Maybe 4.
He got like the early – who was the guy a couple years ago from the Seahawks? That was always not active.
Rashad Penny.
Rashad Penny, yeah. Rashad Penny, all right, this guy's going to be never active on game day. A.J. Dillon, all right, bruiser, never active on game day.
Nah.
All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. But before that, there was a retirement in the NBA yesterday, and it's something that I want to be able to use for the rest of the show, sort of one of our side topics where you could text it in. This player was not beloved by everybody. But I could not stop watching him a couple of years ago. I'll tell you who if you don't already know, and then I want your answers on the player that you found yourself trying to find to watch. 610-632-0975. We'll talk about it next here on The Fanatic.
Got something. heard of the Heart Foundation. You've heard of D-Generation X. You've heard of the Road Warriors, but have you heard of the Seamheads? Andrew Salciunas, a.k.a. the host, and Connor Thomas, a.k.a. producer, are back to bring you more hard-hitting Philly sports talk on Mornings with Andrew, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 7:47 here on Mornings with Andrew. Double dip Andrews. Andrew DeCecco in studio. Basically leave soon because you have to go to training camp. You have to go cover that Eagles team. All right, before today's headlines with Connor, yesterday, Russell Westbrook announced his retirement from the NBA. And I know Russell Westbrook is not like everybody's favorite player, and I know that Russell Westbrook was not looked at as a winner. I would say numerous times, I know that guy's not going to win anything, but man, do I love watching him play. He didn't play for the Sixers, so I didn't have to worry about coming up short, even though our team does that on their own. But Russell Westbrook retired. And back in 2016, his MVP season, when he averaged league-high 31.6 points per game, and then also grabbed 10.7 rebounds per game and 10.4 assists per game, averaged a triple-double that season en route to winning the MVP, and then followed that up with 2 more seasons where he averaged a triple-double, just didn't win MVP in those seasons. That stretch of Russell Westbrook was must-watch television for me. West Coast games, I was working middays at the time, so I wasn't getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I would watch at least the first half of any Thunder or Warriors game at the time because the Warriors were, that was must-watch television. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant, Draymond, all in their prime, right? Sean Livingston, I'll throw him out there too, role player. Like those teams where I could not stop watching those guys after Sixers games came to an end. And even if the Sixers games were still being played at the time, it was the process. So I would flip over to those other teams. So Russell Westbrook is a player that I would seek after watching him play. Is there anybody outside of Philadelphia? Connor, I don't even know if you have an answer because you're like, I only watch Philadelphia teams.
Yeah, probably not.
Is there a player that, I know you report and your job's a little bit different nowadays, Andrew, but when you were younger, you were like, you know what? I know there's a Philadelphia game on right now, but this guy's playing. I need to watch at least a few minutes of him.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant was that guy for me. I would also say Tom Brady, Peyton Manning. I like watching Priest Holmes, LaDainian Tomlinson, Charles Woodson, one of my favorite defensive backs, Bob Sanders. Yeah, there's a lot of players. Bob Sanders had a really short career, but a very impactful career.
Very physical. Impactful is the right word.
Yeah, very impactful career with the Colts, and I think he went maybe to the Chargers after that. But, yeah, there's some that come to mind.
All right, I want people to chime in. Dave's on the text line, 610-632-0975. YouTube, I'll check you guys out. Just players that you wanted to watch. You're like, hey, they don't play for Philadelphia, but, man, do I need to watch this guy. I'm either a big fan or I'm just watching greatness, right? And you could call it stat padding all you want. Averaging a triple-double over 82 games, you're averaging a triple-double. Like, that's still impressive to me. All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
It's brought to us by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. We're going to start out with a little bit of football talk. College pro crossover here because Jaden Daniels is upset with his alma mater. Did you guys see why he's mad with LSU?
I did not.
Because LSU is allowing sophomore DJ Pickett to wear the number 5, the number that Jaden Daniels wore in his Heisman-winning season with LSU. And now Jaden Daniels has said, Louisiana State University, you can no longer use my name, image, or likeness because he's so upset. Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Yep.
Man, good thing his mom's always around that he can cry on her shoulder.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's a little entitlement there.
Yeah, dude. Like,
Come on now.
You didn't win a natty there or
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I would even kind of laugh at Joe Burrow if he did that, but Joe Burrow at least won the national championship, and that LSU team is considered one of the greatest college football teams in the history of the sport.
True.
Dude, like Jaden Daniels. He's already root against because he plays for the Commanders.
I'm actually a little surprised. I don't know if you saw the show Quarterback on Netflix. He comes across pretty well in the series. I'm kind of surprised that he would take this stance.
I think
it's reeks of entitlement there.
Like what did you? What did you do?
Won a Heisman, but still, like, also Pickett was a defensive freshman of the year last year, freshman All-American last year. Like, it's not like they gave it to some scrub who's walking on the team. I don't get it.
Five is a prime number. That's my favorite number.
Man,
5 will always love you.
This guy's weak, man.
You know, this
Good
is
thing Mom's always around to help him out.
This is him seeing Shedeur Sanders get his number retired at Colorado.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah, come on now.
That was Dad.
We'll move on to
big
another
factor there.
wild story here. So have you guys seen the golf cheating scandal that has rocked the country?
I saw an article. I didn't read it because I just don't care enough about the sport, but I know it's apparently a big deal. So what is it?
Tell us about it.
I figured enough people have heard, but maybe not heard the full story. So there's a guy, Zach Holland, who was playing in a member tournament out at a country club in the St. Louis area. And he was part of the first group to go off in the morning. So nobody else on the course, they have the first tee time.
Is this guy in college?
No, he's out of college. He was a former college golfer.
Because there was a college golf. I'm guessing it's the same story. Go on.
So what he does is he tells the group, hey, my grandma's sick and in the hospital. So at some point in the round, I'm going to have to take a phone call. He gets to the third green, finishes up and says, hey, I got to make the phone call, check in on grandma. I'm going to go ahead and hit my tee shot on the fourth hole so that we don't slow down. You guys are cool to finish up here. I'll go hit my shot. The guys rejoin him on the next hole, and he's looking around for his ball. He's like, I don't know where it is. Checks the hole. Ball's in the hole. There's a divot mark and everything. They go crazy. He hits a hole in one. He wins this money because they're in a tournament and everything. People are excited until they check the security cameras. He pulled up in his car behind a maintenance shed by the fourth hole, went out, made a fake divot mark, put the ball in the hole.
Oh, my God.
And then created this whole fake story about his grandmother being sick so they could pretend to hit a hole in one.
That's sick.
Dude, no, he's a psychopath.
That's pre-crime.
No, like
That
was
was
horrific.
horrific.
I would. Is he married?
I don't know.
I would tell whoever he is with, if he is with someone, to run. That's psychopath behavior. That's
Dexter behavior.
I'm going to bet you, not that all, I have a kid who's going to be an only child, but like that sounds very only child, everything went his way.
Now we're psychoanalyzing the guy.
I mean, yeah, no, this guy's got issues. Like if he's doing that, you have legitimate issues.
He's allegedly been kicked out of multiple country clubs in the St. Louis area. So
maybe golf's not for you, man. Like go find a different hobby. Go play mini golf.
He played college golf. He's a good golfer.
But was he actually a good golfer? I don't know.
That's the question.
Like honestly, you might have to look at his entire career now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be real with himself.
Dude, this guy's a loser.
Yeah,
that's straight up loser behavior.
It is.
Maybe try bowling or something. I don't know. Find another hobby. You're clearly not as equipped with when it comes to golf.
Is grandma alive?
I don't know if grandma
Does he have a grandma? Like
I'm sure at some point he had to have.
Like I already killed off Tom Jackson today. Like
we're not killing grandmas on the show. We've done that before, and that didn't go well the last time.
My God. All right.
That is just awful. Awful.
Round out with a congratulations to you two and everybody else on the planet who survived yesterday, August 12th, 2026. Because there was one of those random conspiracy theories that comes out every once in a while about the world ending. Apparently, people believe that Project Anchor was a thing by NASA that was supposed to happen yesterday, where gravity shuts off for 7 seconds and tens of millions of people just float away and die.
When did this theory come out?
It's been out there for like a couple of years. Back in November 2024 is when the claim was first made.
Yeah, see, if you're making a claim that early, it's not going to work. I'm more interested in the ones that, like, back in 1850, they were like, in the year 2030. Everything's gonna collapse, and like Y2K was fascinating, right? Because like they literally didn't know. They're like, what do we do here? You can't make up a theory 2 years out. Like I can't make a theory for 2028 about the world ending.
Do you want to make like a fake theory for I don't know 3000, which you said is in 70 years?
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. We can, let's make up a fake theory for 3000.
The Phillies will win a baseball game.
Yeah, that is a fake theory.
That sounds good. Yeah.
That's a good one. All right, Andrew, you're the man. Enjoy training camp. Thank you for coming in.
Have fun at camp.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right, coming up next, we'll get back to our topics. Safe space. It's a safe space Thursday. Say whatever the hell you want about the Phillies. Maybe don't go too far. Connor read me one of the texts during the commercial break. My man needs to reevaluate some things with what he said. My God. But everything's on the table. Everybody deserves to be ripped for the Philadelphia Phillies right now. Also, we have such a 2026 debate. I can't believe I waited this long in the show. I didn't even ask Andrew's thoughts on it. It is so 2026. This debate was not happening 20 years ago. It wasn't. It's about the Eagles and a tweet. That comes right next here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Another rough game for the Phils. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies lost again yesterday, falling to the Cardinals 7-1, dropping the series in St. Louis. Zach Wheeler allowed 5 runs, 4 earned over 5 innings of work. It was a rough start for him on the mound, and the offense wasn't much better. They went 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position, only mustering that 1 run on a Luis Arraez ground rule double. The Phils have now lost 6 of their 8 series post All-Star break. And Don Mattingly talked about the bad stretch after the game and what the Phillies have to do.
It's not going to do us any good to look back and say, that things that happened behind you aren't coming back. It's not going to change. There's nothing for us to do but move on.
Next up on the schedule for the Phils is the Field of Dreams game against the Twins in Dyersville, Iowa tonight. Game is scheduled for 7:30 on Netflix. Aaron Nola faces Taj Bradley in the pitching matchup, but rain is in the forecast, so weather is something to keep an eye on. The Eagles have their first preseason game Saturday against the Ravens in Baltimore. Nick Sirianni meets with the media at 9:40 this morning. The Sixers NBA Cup schedule was released yesterday. The full schedule will come out today at 3 p.m. We're going to talk to Bob Cooney about that and more at 9:05. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
With Mornings with Andrew on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, it's 8 a.m. here on Mornings with Andrew for 2 more days. Remember, Mornings with Marks and Salciunas starts Monday. Next Monday, August 17th, 6 o'clock. Brace and Dunn, Connor Thomas producing that show. That happens starting at 10 o'clock on Monday, August 17th, and then Unfiltered remains the same. So the new lineup starts on Monday. Looking forward to it. And so we got a show and a half left, Connor.
I'm going to miss you, buddy. I'll still see you every day. But
I'll miss you too. I'll miss you too. I'll miss your over-the-top love of the Phillies.
I wish you didn't get rid of me, but...
Yeah. I mean, look. Tough conversations need to happen.
I get it.
All right. Sean Rodman, who is AP today, He said it's definitely cleaned up. So we are asking for you to just let it loose. Let it out. Whatever you want to say about the Phillies. Don't even take logic into the conversation, right? Like, say anything that you want. We had a guy talking about how Bryce Harper's the dumbest baseball player ever. And you know what? He is dumb at times, so I can't even debate it. We had a guy drop an F-bomb way back in the 6 o'clock hour. You can find it on YouTube. You couldn't hear it over the radio. So we're asking you today, on this Safe Space Thursday, say whatever the hell you want about the Phillies. Like the Kevin Long thing. I won't debate you today. You want to tell me that Kevin Long ruined Luis Ariz? Somehow Luis Ariz came here and Kevin Long changed his swing? It didn't happen. But you want to say it today? Go for it. Like, everything is on the table. You want to talk about firing people? You want to talk about trading people? You want to talk moving the Phillies out of town? They should go to a different city? Whatever the hell you want to say, this is your chance to let all your emotions out because they are playing with no emotion. So this is our chance to show more emotion than the actual baseball team that lost again last night, 7-1 to the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday afternoon. It wasn't even worth watching. It was not worth watching that baseball game. You know that the second the Cardinals had that 5th inning, that game was done. That team looks dead. That team looks like they don't want to play baseball anymore. You know what it is, Connor, that I'm not looking forward to because I'm not excited for it? If this Phillies team does not make the playoffs, or let's say they get to the wild card round and they lose in 2 games to the Dodgers, which is very possible, I know there will be an article that will drop from somebody that this was more than just baseball. Do you get that sense at this point that this is more than just, are they good at playing baseball, yes or no? Like, it's the same faces. They've all been together for a long time. How many times did we hear about the excuse making for A.J. Brown? Well, you know, it's hard when 2 friends, they start playing on the same team. No. They start hating each other. Or A.J. Brown hated the way the ball was being thrown to him. This team's been around for a long time together, for a lot of games and a lot of shortcomings and a lot of collapses. It almost feels like at this point they're looking around at each other going, why aren't you doing your thing? Why aren't you doing your thing? I feel like there's going to be a Matt Gelb article or something that's going to tell more of the story as soon as the season's over.
I don't really get that sense. I don't. Now, I know what you're saying, but here's more what it is to me. Like, that type of article comes from conflict. Like, this guy believes this. That guy believes something else. They disagree on the way the team is operating. They disagree on the way they're playing. I feel like they're all in the same boat. Like, I don't think Bryce Harper is looking at Kyle Schwarber or vice versa, put any 2 players. Like, I think they're all loser energy right now.
No, but, like, the article that comes out, Alec Boehm was such a problem in the locker room. Not problem like he's getting in fights, but like people were like annoyed with his behavior, right? Like that will come out at some point. There's going to be I know Bryce Harper and Dave Dombrowski hugged it out. And Dave Dombrowski went on a podcast and said, oh, we're all good. Like that, there was some issues during the season after what Dave Dombrowski had to say. And Bryce Harper felt a certain type of way. Like I think there is going to be an article that drops that just tells us more about what was going on with this team inside the house that we haven't heard much about.
Yeah. It'll be a lot more 2023 Eagles than it will be 25 A.J. Brown.
Look, there will be the post-Rob Thompson piece, right? Hey, after they fired Rob Thompson, one anonymous player said that he shouldn't have gone. Like, there's going to be the story that's not just baseball that comes out. I just feel like we're building up to that right now because – every time I watch this team play, they look freaking miserable, dude. Like, the only guy that I think looks happy, like, anytime is Derek Hill. And for good reason. He's the only guy that, like, is playing, like, consistent baseball whenever he gets his opportunity.
Yeah, he got the magic toothpick.
Yeah, and Edmundo Sosa, his 1 game a week. Like, he looks like a happy guy. But everyone looks miserable. They all look miserable. The clip you've been playing in the update, JT, yeah, we got to turn this around. Thanks, JT. It's great. I'm glad that you realize you got to turn this around. I'm glad you didn't say, man, we're spiraling out of control. Let's keep it this way. Like, I'm glad. They all look freaking miserable, dude. I got Bryce Harper talking about his knee hurts, so he's going to have to go back to first base. Then Alec Boehm's going to be a whiny baby on the bench. Like, it looks horrible right now. Every bullpen arm, it almost looks like they're scared to get their name called. Like, when the phone rings, the landline, the last landlines that still exist, bullpen phones, like, I feel like every time it rings, they're like, oh, please don't pick me. Please don't pick me. That's what it feels like.
I agree with you.
Because everybody that goes out there sucks at this point. What do we got as a voice memo?
All right, so we have here Kristen checking in.
Kristen from South Jersey. Why does Kevin Long still have a job? Bad mentalities, bad hitting. It starts at the top. Between Dave Dombrowski and Kevin Long, they're not going to get any better. If they think there's nothing wrong with their hitting strategy, why would they change it? We fired Rob Thompson. Time to get rid of the head of the snake.
Look, they don't have enough bats that are like just pure hitters, man. It's boom or bust. Except for Luis Ariz and Alec Boehm, but you need more from Alec Boehm. It sounds unfair because here I am saying I want batting. Well, I'm not getting batting average from Alec Boehm either, but their approach has been horrible. It's been really bad. And again, I don't think another hitting coach is going to change anything. But again, there's no debating this, right? Like there's no debating any bits of your emotions that you're letting out today. Have at it. What else we got?
Chris from Lancaster has a check-in.
This is Chris from Lancaster, and I'm pissed off. Everything wrong about this team is self-inflicted because Dombrowski sucks and once again didn't get enough help at the deadline. I really hope we keep losing, and I hope the seats aren't filled, and John Middleton sends Dombrowski's ass back to Siberia. And also, I go to this little Chinese restaurant by me for lunch sometimes and get the poo-poo platter, but now when I walk in, I just ask for the Dombrowski.
That's a good line. That's good work. Good work. Look, Dave Dombrowski cannot be here next year. If they don't make the playoffs. I didn't like it when Bob Nightingale said lifetime contract when they were still in a playoff spot. If they don't make the playoffs and John Middleton thinks it's a good idea to keep him around, I will immediately start changing my opinion on John Middleton, the owner of the Philadelphia Phillies. I just will. Because I always thought that guy had a feel of what's going on in the city. I always thought that he's had a feel about what this fan base wants. And if he comes out of this season and Dave Dombrowski survives and Dave Dombrowski gets a big extension, hell, even if they make the wild card spot, he doesn't deserve a big extension. Then I'm going to look at John Middleton differently too, because he's a guy that I really, really respect. All right, it's a debate day Thursday. Continue to send in your debate day questions, 610-632-0975. If you don't know what debate day is the latest thing that you've been debating at the bar, with your buddies at the golf course, at work, water cooler talk, whatever it is. What's the latest debate that you've been having? The first one that we got me in trouble, apparently, about the curbside pickup. And I think unless you're unwilling to walk or you can't walk or you're unable to walk, you should not use curbside pickup. And I got in trouble for it. People were, you're trying to take jobs away from people.
That wasn't even the question, too.
I know.
You were like walking down the sidewalk and saw poop in the street and like, let me go jump in there.
No, it led to it. Yeah. And I stand by it. Get your ass out of the car.
It's okay. You don't like kids to get jobs and making money?
No, I don't like making the kid rain. Stay in the rain.
Back in my day, we walked to school uphill both ways. It was always raining and snowing.
Here's the other one. I feel bad as a former employee, Chick-fil-A drive-thru, because they make the people stand outside now with the iPads.
They're getting fresh air.
It's not that fresh when it's 99 degrees outside. It's also wet and snowing. I remember driving. It was one of the snowstorms. I was driving by because the Target's right near my Chick-fil-A. And, there were people in line at the drive-thru. And these kids are outside freezing, doing the tablet thing.
Come on. It's a job. Wear a sweatshirt. Walk into the damn restaurant, man. Come on, man. Kids are tough. They'll be fine.
All right. Let's go to the Davis Honda text line. Phil the Davis Difference. Check them out in Burlington. And then we are going to open up such a 2026 debate, man. You know me. I'm old at the age of 32, and so I still get surprised by things when I shouldn't. But there was something that happened yesterday that made national news, and it's based off of a tweet. But what do we got on the text line?
Mike from Virginia checks in and says, have you ever seen a team more in need of a bye than the Phillies? The lineup is complete cheeks, and any moron could have seen that the pitcher's arms would eventually fall off. Someone's got to hack into Boehm's iCloud and delete whatever pictures he has that keeps him in the lineup. Fire Don and let the Fanatic manage the team if we go to the playoffs.
Hell yeah. Now, I'm going to guess he meant the Philly Fanatic, but I think we as a radio station could manage the Phillies better as well.
I don't want that responsibility.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take that responsibility.
I've seen how they treated the last couple of guys. I'm good. Let the Philly Fanatic have it.
My man Nick Boyle chimes in, the great fireman in the Manayunk, Roxborough area. This is the most unlikable Phillies team of all time. Guys who are just going through the motions, zero energy, scared bunch of individuals. It's a disgrace. I don't know if I go most unlikable, but man, are they making it hard to like them right now. Because, like, Trey Turner's acting like $300 million alone shouldn't put a smile on his face. Yo, dude, you're playing baseball. Enjoy life a little bit. God. All right, yesterday on social media, fun place to be, there was a video that was tweeted out by the Philadelphia Eagles. If you haven't seen it yet, I will explain. If you have seen it, you'll know what I'm talking about. It means you're online. The tweet reads right on cue, but just the letter Q for Quinyon Mitchell. In the video, Quinyon Mitchell intercepts a pass, makes a hell of a play, cuts in front of the receiver, ball's falling to the ground, gets his arms under it, breadbasket, tucks, falls to the ground, interception complete for Quinyon Mitchell. Great play by the All-Pro corner. Great play. However, the throw was made by one Jalen Hurts. And the throw was not good. We can talk about how in the video, Hollywood Brown, who is the intended receiver, probably could have fought for the ball a little bit more. Maybe in a regular season game he does. Or maybe that's just not how Hollywood Brown plays football because he's more of a deep threat and a speedster. He's not really one guy that's going to be very physical out there. So you click on the video and you read the replies. And, oh, man, people are saying, why are you doing this? One guy goes, posting your quarterback 1 interceptions is wild. I'm not going to lie. There are people that are Jalen Hurts haters chiming in on it. There are people that are super Jalen Hurts fans that are upset that it was posted. It is such a 2026 thing that we have the official account of a team posting a highlight that does make somebody look bad. But then again, they made it to show the great play made by Quinyon Mitchell. But because we are not completely confident, I would say, in the quarterback, this goes to show you, Connor, that even maybe the biggest Jalen Hurts fan feels a certain type of way. Because the biggest Jalen Hurts fan could just ignore that video and go, that won't happen in a game. But once your back gets up against the wall, it's because you feel a certain type of way. That's life, right? Like, you know, if you said that my shirt was ugly, and if I may have agreed with you, but I'm not going to say that out loud, I'll be like, nuh-uh, your shirt's ugly. Even though I might think you're right. But I'm not going to admit that because then I'm talking about how ugly my shirt is. Jalen Hurts throwing the pick. Even the biggest Jalen Hurts fans were upset with the video. Why would you do this? Why would you put this out there? Why would you give people fodder is pretty much what they're saying. So this is such a 2026 debate. Should teams' social media accounts post highlights that may make somebody else look bad? Let's think of it from a baseball standpoint. Oh, wheels up. Zach Wheeler looking good at spring training, but he's striking out Bryce Harper in the video. Should they do that? Hockey. Oh, look at Matvei Michkov. He's back. He's finally showing that he's going to take that step forward. But he's scoring on Dan Vladar, right? And Vladar makes a bad attempt at saving it. Basketball. Tyrese Maxey crosses up Dominic Barlow, at camp. Looks great for Maxey, but Dominic Barlow fell on his ass. Now there's a step over. We make fun of Tyronn Lue. Will we make fun of Dominic Barlow? Should teams post videos of the cornerback intercepting the franchise quarterback that already has a lot of questions about him?
Yes, it's totally fine. I can't believe people have an issue with this.
People are furious. Or it's not just they're furious. It's the Jalen Hurts haters that are going, see? Well, I've been telling you, this guy stinks. Can't throw over the middle of the field. Because that's the other thing. Where was the ball thrown?
It was in the middle of the field.
It's one thing if the ball was a deep shot downfield, and it's a one-on-one Devontae Smith versus Quinyon Mitchell, wide receiver 1 versus CB1, and CB1 comes down with a great play. It was a good throw. It was just a great play made by the cornerback. This video was a throw over the middle of the field where it's all talked about how Jalen Hurts doesn't like throwing over the middle of the field, and it wasn't a good throw. This video made Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports Pro Football Talk. Eagles social media team highlights a Jalen Hurts interception. And they're talking about how last year, look, in this article, it's a curious decision given that the pressure seems to be increasing on Hurts. The Eagles, by all indications, expect him to run the offense as designed and to execute the plays as called. As Derek Gunn reported last season, internal frustration was growing over Hurts playing his game once the ball was snapped. Was it a situation of an intern gone rogue? Or was someone trying to send a message to Hurts with the notion that it was simply a social media intern gone rogue providing plausible deniability? Regardless, it happened. The Eagles' 3.7 million Twitter followers, and many others, saw the clip that has been viewed 11.2 million times and counting. It was 11.2 million times when this article dropped. As of right now, it is at 15. We just crossed 15 million views.
That is a dumber conspiracy than gravity shutting off for 7 seconds. Like, what are we doing here? We can't. You know what happened? Some kid who works for the Eagles social media team was like, hey, people like Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell just made a play. Post Quinyon Mitchell.
By the way, it's Quinyon Mitchell. Like, all right, sorry to like Andre Sam, but like it's Quinyon Mitchell. Like if Andre Sam's making the interception, you don't post it.
DeCecco's going to come back and hit you.
But it's Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell has the interception. It's all right. That's all pro cornerback Quinyon Mitchell. That's what I looked at it as. But I totally understand what people are saying. 215J Philly, not a big Jalen Hurts fan. He chimes in. I wasn't upset, Tunis. My face had the Grinch grin on it. It's because he's a hater of Jalen Hurts.
I get it.
So there are people that are almost rooting for the demise of Jalen Hurts, which that's way too far.
What do you mean almost?
Yeah,
there are people that
there
are.
People that are doing it. They don't care about the Eagles' success because they want Jalen Hurts to fail. But there are people that are looking for reasons to add to their point that Jalen Hurts is some bad quarterback or he's not as good as people make him out to be and all that kind of stuff. So should they have posted it? I say yes. And I say that whichever side of the argument you are, whether you're anti-Jalen or pro-Jalen, we're all in our feelings right now. Or we're all looking for too much. But it was an interesting decision for them to post it because they should have known what was coming. If anybody in the Eagles social media department is surprised by the reaction that they're getting on social media, then that's the thing that was most wrong. Was them being surprised by it. Like Dave Dombrowski being surprised by the offense not being good.
I'll tell you, I was surprised by the reaction it got. I really was.
Why?
It's innocuous to me. It's a play in training camp where an all-pro cornerback made an interception. Like, I don't get how that's news. I understand how people feel about Jalen Hurts. And when we had the conversation about who has the most pressure on him, you remember how he was top of the list for NFL players? There's your proof there, brother.
Yeah, and when you guys, not you, but when a lot of people were angry at me for saying it's the number one storyline, look at this.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at how you guys reacted.
But I don't think you then just, you go media silent on the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles? Just post whatever videos.
It's funny because Max Delente from Barstool, he quote tweeted the video with a Buffalo Bills interception at camp. Josh Allen, right? You can't say anything bad about Josh Allen. He's the best, right? But the problem is they cropped out the throw. Like they just have the cornerback making the great play. The Eagles video showed everything. It was not a good throw. And again, the middle of the field, that just add to the fuel of the fire. It's going to be talked about on national television today. I bet you that video pops up somewhere. First Takes, the Fox Sports with Nick Wright. Like, it's going to pop up. I just know it's going to. They probably shouldn't have posted it.
Nah, dude, Sun Tzu, appear weak where you're strong. It's one of those principles in the art of war. Maybe the Eagles are doing this on purpose.
Yeah, that's what Mike Florio was suggesting. Maybe they did it on purpose.
We need them to play football.
All right, so coming up next, I want to get reaction on this. I'm sorry that I waited this long, but I wanted to wait till the 8 o'clock hour to get into this conversation. Text in your answer. Call in. Voice memo 610-632-0975. I already see a caller on hold that wants to talk about it, okay? So we're going to get to it. I want to hear from you at 610-632-0975. Did you have a problem with the video posted? Are you the person that's pro Jalen, that's upset because it made Jalen maybe look bad? Are you the person that's looking for reasons to say this is why Jalen's not the guy? Who are you, and why did you react the way that you did? I saw the video, personally had no reactions, but I knew that as soon as I clicked on the comment section, I knew what I was going to see, and boy, did I get it. It was very highly entertaining, and it's a case study on where we're at in society, that in 2026, a video posted can cause such outrage. All right, that comes your way next. It's Mornings with Andrew here on the Fanatic.
Baseball season is in full swing for some teams, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. You've got the opportunity to trade on a lot of stuff on Kalshi. For example, Philadelphia is currently trading at a 1.6% chance to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $3,000 with a win. So if you like losing money, trade on Philadelphia to win it all in baseball. Maybe you like winning. Well, you could do that on Kalshi too. Trade on maybe LA. They're the favorite right now. You can trade on individual games, future awards, all kinds of stuff. And the best part is on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and make sure you use code FANATIC to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A bad series in St. Louis. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies lost again yesterday, falling to the Cardinals 7-1, dropping the series in St. Louis. Another series loss for them. And to make matters worse, it was Zach Wheeler who was a bad part of the game yesterday. He allowed 5 runs, 4 earned over 5 innings worth of work. 4 of those runs coming in the 5th inning. The offense wasn't much better. They went 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. They are hitting new highs and runners left on base. The Phils have now lost 6 of their 8 series post-All-Star break. JT Realmuto talked after the game about where this team needs to go from here.
We got to turn it around. Obviously, there's still plenty of time to do so, but nobody in here is happy about the brand of baseball we're playing right now. So we just need to figure it out, turn it around, and play a lot better.
Now, where they're going physically is Iowa. Next up for the Phils is a Field of Dreams game out in Dyersville against the Twins. The game is scheduled for tonight at 7:30 p.m. You can watch that on Netflix. Aaron Nola faces Taj Bradley in the pitching matchup. Rain is in the forecast, so weather is something to watch. The Eagles have their first preseason game Saturday against the Ravens down in Baltimore. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media at 9:40 this morning. The Sixers NBA Cup schedule was released yesterday. The full schedule for the NBA season comes out today at 3 p.m. We'll talk to Bob Cooney about just that and more coming up at 9:05. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
question. Jalen Hurts, a video was posted by the Eagles social media team of him throwing an interception to Quinyon Mitchell. It was a nice play by Quinyon Mitchell. But what you do is you welcome a lot of things. So now that I brought it up, it's in the algorithm, right? Because the phone's always listening. So you get tweets like this. Now, this is not from an Eagles fan. With A.J. Brown gone, you're about to find out how terrible this guy actually is. Enjoy. Now, from an Eagles fan, Jay Plank chimes in regards to the video. No pressure, and he still can't put the ball on a receiver's chest. That is what happens when you post a video like that. Now, I think we're way over the top with how we're reacting. I did not have this reaction. But we are reacting like crazy. I know everybody loves Emmanuel Acho. Emmanuel Acho tweets out yesterday, why would the Eagles social media team post this? We know Quinyon is good. We didn't need to see the pick. It's like people saying, why did they post that, have every right to ask that question. I just don't get why we're reacting so much, as if that throw is the reason why your opinion of Jalen Hurts is right or wrong. Let's get to some phones on this. Let's go to Josh in King of Prussia. What's up, Josh?
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good. How are you, man?
I am annoyed. But, I saw this yesterday. When I saw the video, it was at, 2-point-something million views on X on Twitter.
Dude, it's at 15 now.
Mad. I know. I knew this was coming today. I saw it when I first saw the video. I was like, "Oh, cool, great play by Q. All right, Jalen threw a pick. I get it." Connor. I'm in the same boat as you. It's a new offense. It's a new team. It's not his number one wide receiver. We have no idea the context of the route. We have no idea of anything other than a bad ball got picked off by an all-pro cornerback. What are we doing here? This is so absurd in this day and age that when everything I learned as playing sports was practice is when you work on the things that you're not good at.
Yep.
And I get it. They clipped it and they sent it out there. Everyone wants to talk about Hurts is not great at throwing over the middle. And he threw a pick over the middle against arguably the best cornerback in the league, voted on by the award he got. I just keep going back to what are we doing?
This is what we're doing, Josh. I couldn't think of the word. It's insecurity. It's insecurity. Yeah. If you're a believer in Jalen Hurts, you're upset by the video. If you are somebody that says Jalen Hurts stinks, but, man, you can't really deny the fact that all he does is win, and he's been to 2 Super Bowls, and he's won a Super Bowl, and he's a Super Bowl MVP, you're insecure about your stance because he keeps on winning despite how you feel about him with your own football intellect. So Jalen Hurts is such a confusing quarterback to talk about that this one video, there's a Twitter account, That Hurts, that chimes in. It's a big Jalen Hurts fan. Admin, do you understand how much of my offseason work you unravel with a single post? There are people talking about how he's been the best player at camp, but that one video caused this entire firestorm.
I honestly, and I just can't believe that, this is where we're at this point in time. I understand how polarizing it is, and I get where everyone is, but, again, we're talking about, what is it, a 12-second clip? I don't remember off the top of my head. And this is just how this is going. Again, everything you mentioned, 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 Super Bowl MVP. We've seen him play the best on the big stage. Everyone complained that he didn't throw over the middle, and that was a lot of the problem, and all this and that. And here we are doing it, practicing it with who will probably end up being the number 3 maybe in Hollywood Brown. And he got picked off again by a second-year corner who was first-team All-Pro.
Yeah. But to your point, you just mentioned how he struggles throwing over the middle of the field. And thanks for the call, Josh. Or at least that's the perception. And where was the throw? Again, it's one thing if they post that video of a deep shot downfield and Quinyon Mitchell just out jumped Devontae Smith. You go, wow, it's a hell of a play. But because one of the concerns about Jalen Hurts is whether or not he can throw over the middle of the field, and all we hear about the Sean Mannion offense is that they're going to throw over the middle of the field a lot more, and then you post a video of him throwing an interception, what did you expect? Of course we got that reaction.
If you had any reaction to this video besides, ooh, it's the Eagles, I need you to stand up from your computer, walk up the stairs from your parents' basement, grab some sunglasses because it's going to be bright outside, open up that front door, step out front, find that green stuff, reach down, really reach down, and touch grass.
Look, man.
What are
but are you surprised? Like,
No,
I'm laughing.
kinda.
I'm laughing at the conversation.
Yeah,
I'm laughing at when you click on the replies, it's delete this, it's what are you doing, and then it's also the haha, I knew it, this guy stinks. I knew when I watched the video, I knew that when I clicked on the comments section, I was going to get exactly what I was looking for. You know the tweet just here for the comments?
Yeah.
Like that was kind of me. Just there for the comments. I'm not making anything of this play, but I know a lot of people will. And that's why I'm fascinated that in 2026, this is a legitimate topic. Should a social media account run by the team post highlights that make somebody else look bad? Because this video makes Jalen look bad, and it makes Hollywood Brown look bad, but nobody's talking about Hollywood Brown. They're going to talk about Jalen Hurts because it's quarterback one.
I watched Mahomes throw a ball to the back of his center's head like 2 weeks ago.
Was it tweeted out by the Chiefs?
No, but it's training camp.
Was it tweeted out by the Chiefs?
Obviously, they're not going to tweet that out, but it's just
okay. Would they tweet out Patrick Mahomes throwing an interception where it was a really bad throw?
I don't even think it was a really bad throw.
All right, would they post an interception where it wasn't a great throw?
Maybe. You know what? You're going to make me do a deep dive on like all the interceptions from camp that have been posted.
Well, I already told you one. Josh Allen. There's literally the Bills posted a video yesterday or 2 days ago of Josh Allen throwing an interception. But they didn't show Josh Allen in it. They just showed the pick.
Soft.
Jalen Hurts, they showed the whole thing, and it wasn't a good look. I'm not making it before somebody. I'm not making anything of it. I'm laughing at all of you who are. Let's go to Matt in Delco. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, dude?
Yeah, so my point was just brought up. I mean, nobody was talking about who they're throwing the ball to. A guy that they signed basically on a vet minimum. My man Q's on it. The bonus money they paid is more than what they're paying the other guy a year. So, I mean, there's a big difference between the two players. And I'm so tired of Jalen being dogged in this city. He's a winner. He does have the arm talent of Josh Allen. He doesn't look as pretty, doesn't look as nice, but my man wins. I also will make a bold prediction right here.
What we got?
I was also right about LeBron James coming to the 76ers. I was right about that. And I was on hold for an hour. I couldn't get through, but here we go. Jalen Hurts will be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL this year. Borderline MVP, but finish top 5.
That's bold.
I expect a big year out of him this year. Absolutely. He had an off year last year. We all know that. But he's still a winner, and I'm excited for this year. And I see Jalen Hurts as a big, big piece of that. So.
All right. I love the confidence, Matt. Appreciate the call, brother. I love the confidence.
Take your shots. Let's go.
For it. I don't know if I'm going to go that far, but I think he's going to be better than last year. Absolutely. Garrett on social media yesterday afternoon. This was when the Jalen Hurts video was at 6.6 million views. Again, it's now at 15 million views. Jalen Hurts' interception in training camp on August 12th has 6.6 million views. The NFL, the official Twitter account of the NFL, and the Seahawks tweets announcing them as Super Bowl champions. So the NFL account, Super Bowl champions, Seattle Seahawks. Seattle Seahawks account, we're Super Bowl champions. Combined got 4.6 million views. 4.6 million views combined. As of right now, a training camp interception by Jalen Hurts has 15 million views because he's such a polarizing figure, not just here. It's everywhere because he is such a confusing quarterback to talk about. I don't think it's that confusing, but there's either he's a lot better than what people make him out to be, or he's a lot worse than what people make him out to be. There is a middle ground. There is a middle ground.
Yeah, I think it's very confusing. I think the part that you shouldn't be at is picking a side staunchly.
Yeah, I'm right in the middle, man.
Yeah.
I go, yeah, he's got some things about his game that I don't like. Yeah, he's got some things about his game that I really like. Yeah, he handles this city a lot better than Donovan McNabb ever did. And five was really, really freaking good. Does he have the arm strength of Donovan McNabb? No, he doesn't. Like, there's a way to talk about Jalen Hurts where if you're not debating someone, you can just talk about him. And to me, that's where I like to live my life sometimes, is just being able to communicate. If you're debating, yeah, sure, you can find a side, and you can take that side, and you have every bit of information on your side. They only won because of everything else, not Jalen Hurts. Or they won because of Jalen Hurts. Another quarterback would have come up small, like Dak Prescott. These conversations are real. It's just we're so crazed by it that we go a step too far every single time. Should they have posted the video? 610-632-0975. We will continue the conversation as the show goes on. Bob Cooney. Man, Bob. He's going to be joining us coming up at 9:05. Talk some Sixers basketball, but I am curious to get his thoughts on it because I know Bob's not a big social media guy like me. We're about the same age, at least mentally. I'll talk to Bob about that too, curious. But coming up next, not only will we get more reaction on this video posted by the Philadelphia Eagles because it's such a 2026 thing, Debate Day continues. Send in your debates, random debates that you've been having at the bar, on the golf course, you name it, sports, non-sports, 610-632-0975. And one thing about Jalen Hurts that we should absolutely talk about, whether you're the biggest fan or you're the biggest hater, we are lucky that we are in our situation compared to other teams around the NFL. Tell you more next here on The Fanatic.
Me Up is Mornings with Andrew on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, I was gonna have a little thing at least we're lucky to have Jalen Hurts because we could be the Vikings who just announced that Kyler Murray's gonna be the starting quarterback and J.J. McCarthy's already sitting on the bench, and there's other teams around the league that have severe quarterback issues. We debate over a guy that succeeds, and look, I think some of the debates are logical. I have somebody on the YouTube chat saying, "No, Andrew, 215 legend, you was turned up about the pick. I've been listening for an hour." I'm just questioning why society is reacting the way that we are. I'm not celebrating the interception. Why would I do that? That's stupid. I'm rooting for the Eagles, which means Jalen Hurts plays well. Let's go. But the conversations about Jalen Hurts, if you can find the middle ground and not the over-the-top one side or the other, there's actually really good debate about Jalen Hurts. But that's not what we're debating. We're not debating whether or not Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. We're debating, because it is so 2026, whether or not a social media account should post a video that highlights one player but makes another player not look so good. And that not look so good is Jalen Hurts throwing an interception over the middle of the field, which is a problem that we talk about all the time. Does he play well throwing the ball over the middle of the field? Sean Mannion's offense, they're going to throw the ball over the middle of the field. And this is what happens. 1 15-second clip. Now it's all my algorithm. 1 15-second clip. I had a football, somebody popped up. I study film for so-and-so. Breaking down his stance and his throw.
We're talking about practice.
That's how crazy we are about Jalen Hurts. And it's not just here. It's nationally, because he's such a polarizing figure. Because there's confusion as to why they succeed so well, but then there's people that don't realize why they succeed so well. It's unbelievable. We just live it day to day. 1 15-second clip got the people going. So let's get to some more reaction. The phone lines are buzzing. I appreciate that. See? I like doing that. I like taking calls. Big fan of it. Let's go to Brandon in Pottstown. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, what's going on? I'll just firstly, go Birds.
Go Birds.
Secondly, this video that's out there, we're talking about Jalen Hurts at practice. Like you just played, we're talking about practice.
Yeah.
Did Quinn make a good play? Did the receiver not run the right route? Like, we don't even have the full picture. We're talking about this guy with a throw bed.
Bro, we don't know if his first 30 throws were all touchdown passes, right? Like, we have no idea. They posted a video of him throwing an interception, and now you have people saying, see, this is why he stinks.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the Wolf of Wall Street. He calls them and he says, I don't ask my clients to judge me by my winners. I ask them to judge me by my losers.
Exactly.
And these people love to hate on Jalen Hurts so much so. He's been to 2 Super Bowls, won one, and other teams would love to have this problem. He's like, I don't know if you want to compare him to Tom Brady. Like, he's unshakable. This guy's interviews, like, they want a reaction out of him and they don't get it. So I think that really fires people up even more.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's a polarizing figure. That's what he is at this point. Thanks for the call, Brandon. I appreciate it. Like, think about it. The reason why he's polarizing, there's multiple reasons. When he was drafted, there were people that were upset with the pick, so much so that Connor Thomas kicked a hole in his wall. There were people upset with the selection.
It was a soft wall.
Not necessarily because of who it was, but you drafted a backup quarterback in the second round where you had a bunch of issues. They drafted the people were confused with the pick. Then there are people that just don't like Jalen Hurts, the player coming out of college. They're like, this is a bad pick. Why would you draft him in the second round? I had him rated as a third-round pick or a fourth-round pick. And there were NFL draft analysts that had him as a fourth-round pick, and he got drafted in the second round. And because you had your opinion about Jalen Hurts before he even started playing, he then was successful. And there are some people in society that can go, man, I missed the boat on this one. Good for you, Jalen. I'm a fan of yours. Or there's the people that triple down, quadruple down, quintuple down, where they're like, yeah, well, they're only winning because of this guy and because of that guy. It's nothing to do with Jalen Hurts. I'm, again, a middle guy here. 2024, I don't give Jalen Hurts all the credit. I give it to the offensive line, Saquon Barkley. But do I quickly say, yeah, but in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl, he was that guy? And I know a lot of quarterbacks that would have melted in those situations. Like, there's respect that he absolutely deserves. That there are people that refuse to do it. And then there's also things to point out, like, hey, he needs to get better in this part of this game. We talked about earlier with Andrew DeCecco. He does need to run the ball more. He can't just pocket, roll right, throw it away. He can't be so passive every single time. I'm not saying throw into triple coverage, but he's so careful with the football that sometimes it's a detriment because you can't move the chains. There are actual things to say about Jalen Hurts, the quarterback. But we are so silly because of him that we are debating about whether or not a social media account should have posted a video of Quinyon Mitchell intercepting the pass.
Joke's on y'all. He had a purpose before anybody had an opinion.
Damn right. Let's go to Sean in Pennsauken. What's up, Sean?
Hey, what's going on, Andrew? First off, love the show.
Oh, thanks, brother.
Shout
Appreciate
out to my boy, Nick Earnshaw.
Damn right, man. Nick's the best.
Buddies. Yeah. And first off, I wanted to say that, I'm friends with a lot of Eagles fans. I'm a Steelers fan personally, but I love the show. Love listening to it on my way to work every morning. And, yeah, I always hear them complaining about, like, Hurts got to throw to the middle of the field more often. Hurts got to do this. But middle of the field throws was definitely, top of the priority list in terms of Hurts' improvement. And, my first look at that clip that, has everybody buzzing for God knows what reason, is great. He's throwing to the middle of the field. They're working on it. You're going to make mistakes in training camp. My quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, over in Pittsburgh, he was just saying about 2-3 days ago that, making mistakes in training camp is perfect, actually. This is the word he used. So I think Eagles fans should look at this video with encouragement. And, all the haters on social media, they can say whatever the hell they want because it's meaningless to Hurts. And we all know Hurts' work ethic, and he's going to figure this out.
It's just amazing, dude. There's 15 million views on a 15-second clip, and there are people trying to make their opinion off it. And you're right. Like, look, I know Aaron Rodgers is a kook, but like what he says is right. Like, now's the time to make those mistakes. And it's not just Jalen Hurts, right? Like, Hollywood Brown could have fought for the ball more, right? Like, there's so much going on in this video, but because it's Jalen Hurts, and thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to Nick Earnshaw. It's unbelievable how Jalen Hurts can create that much of a reaction. It's why he's the number one polarizing figure in Philadelphia. It's why a couple weeks ago I said to you that he will be the number one storyline, and John Kincaid got all flustered about it. I'm right, because a 15-second video of an interception created 15 million views. I'm not as dumb as people make me out to be sometimes, man. He is the number one storyline. No ifs, ands, or buts. Not the health of the offensive line. Not, can the defense be good with this guy, with that guy? Is this Vic Fangio's last year? No. The biggest storyline is whether or not Jalen Hurts is the starting quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles in 2027. And it's a legitimate discussion. And hopefully it gets quieted down immediately with 8 straight great games.
Don't hold your breath.
That's not happening. All right, coming up next, we'll continue this conversation. You want to keep calling in, please? Like, I miss it. I miss hearing your voices, all right? 610-632-0975. But also, I miss hearing the voice of Bob Cooney. Bob Cooney's going to be joining us coming up at 9:05. The Sixers schedule will be released in full today, league-wide, 3 o'clock. But we know, of course, some of the marquee matchups. And we now also know about the NBA Cup. And Connor Thomas asked me a question. Am I going to start caring about it? I'll tell you the answer right now. No. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phil's clipped by the Cards. I'm Connor Thomas. The Phillies lost again yesterday, falling to the Cardinals 7-1, dropping the series to St. Louis. And Zach Wheeler allowed 5 runs, 4 earned over 5 innings worth of work. 4 of those runs coming in a blow-up 5th inning. The offense wasn't any better. They went 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. There's a lot of stuff going wrong with the Phils right now, who have lost 6 of their 8 series post-All-Star break. Don Mattingly talked about the bad stretch after the game.
It's not going to do us any good to look back and say, that things that happen behind you aren't coming back. It's not going to change. There's nothing for us to do but move on.
Well, where they're moving on to is Iowa. Next up for the Phils is the Field of Dreams game tonight in Dyersville against the Twins. The game is scheduled for 7:30 on Netflix. Aaron Nola faces Taj Bradley in the pitching matchup, but rain is in the forecast, so weather's something to watch there. The Eagles have their first preseason game Saturday against the Ravens down in Baltimore. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media coming up at 9:40. The Sixers NBA Cup schedule was released yesterday, and the full NBA schedule will come out today at 3 p.m. This update is brought to you by the Macom Group. Visit MacomGroup.com. They support contractors with one of the largest PVF inventories from pipe, valve, and fittings to trusted brands. Count on the Macom Group to help you stay on schedule. Visit MacomGroup.com today. Bob Cooney joins us next. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
You've heard of the Road Warriors, but have you heard of the Steamheads? Andrew Salciunas, a.k.a. the host, and Connor Thomas, a.k.a. producer, are back to bring you more hard-hitting Philly sports talk on Mornings with Andrew, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Now up to 15.1 million views. The interception thrown by Jalen Hurts. Such a 2026 thing, man, that we are breaking down. I lied. I said a 15-second video, Connor. It's only 14 seconds. A 14-second video has taken the world by storm. I saw a Twitter account. It's one of the aggregator accounts. Jalen Hurts looking to have a bad year this year. Like, people are just doing that at this point. They're just tweeting stuff for the sake of tweeting stuff. And so during the commercial break, I was with Ray and I was with Austin and Sean. And now the theories are going. Who posted this? Why was this posted? Ray said Tanner McKee posted it because he's trying to get his contract extension. Then we talked about Andy Dalton because Andy Dalton's like, whoa. They think they brought me in to be a third-string quarterback? No, they brought me in to be the starter. But then Austin brought up Cole Payton, the quarterback in the 5th round. He goes, man, I'm a draft pick. And I go, wait a minute. I'll take you one step further. Where did Cole Payton go to college?
Was he a South Dakota guy or
North Dakota
State? That's right. I knew he was one of the two.
Maybe Cole posted the video and then texted Carson saying, "I got you, fam."
No, you guys are all crazy. You guys are nuts. You're missing what's right in front of your face.
What, Jalen did it himself?
Who do the Eagles have joint practice with?
New England Patriots.
Have they ever videotaped another team's practice?
That's true. That's a good point.
Is there a guy that just went up there that might have a little bit of beef with Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, and AJ might have the login information. Because he's obsessed with social media. He may have the login information.
Spygate is
for the
back.
Eagles. Do you think AJ Brown watched that video and laughed?
I don't
know he watched it.
I don't even want to open that.
No. You know he watched it. It is a guaranteed lock. I'm close to putting my life on the line that AJ Brown watched that video. Because he's online. Did he have a reaction? Did he do a, told you? My man Drake wouldn't do that.
God, I imagine.
I bet you AJ Brown watched the video and laughed. I bet you he snickered. There was at least a little chuckle from AJ Brown. It definitely happened.
You think so?
Yes. All right. Let's talk more about the 2026 debate. Such a 2026 debate, man. This does not happen 20 years ago. Twitter started in 2006. This does not happen in 2006. And I don't know when it would have started. Like, I think we got crazier as society has gone on and there's more people online. So maybe like 10 years ago, this would have been a thing. But joining us now from On Patterson to also talk about the Sixers, who your town, Philadelphia 76ers, will be on, national television like almost every single night, it seems like. And, of course, we have the NBA Cup tournament as well, which does absolutely nothing for me. If they win it, congratulations to the guys that get paid a little bit more money, but I'm not about to, post hang a banner for the NBA Cup. From On Patterson, my man Bob Cooney joins us. Bobby, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
I'm doing good because I'm not as insane as other people. I'm insane. I'm weird.
I don't know. Your insaneness, I think, Andrew, has grown a little bit over the last, I'm going to say, I don't know, couple of weeks.
Probably.
I'm teasing you.
Probably. So Bob, did you see the video of Jalen Hurts throwing the interception?
To Quinyon Mitchell?
Yes.
Yeah, where he broke in front of the guy and caught it at his feet and then punted it into the stands. Yeah.
Yeah. What was your reaction when you saw the video?
None.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a football play.
Yes. Same.
Yeah.
But then I clicked on the comment section, and it wasn't that. It was, this is why Jalen Hurts stinks. This is why he's the worst. Or it's, why would you post this, admin? Take this down now because you're giving everybody more fuel. It's unbelievable. It is so 2026.
Yeah, that's just borderline ridiculous. It was a throw down the middle, which he's trying to learn how to do.
Exactly.
Quinyon Mitchell stepped in front and intercepted the ball. That's an all-pro cornerback.
Yes.
I don't why are people going crazy?
That's how I reacted to it, but now it's all over the place. Even guys like Emmanuel Acho, who everybody respects in this city. Why would the Eagles social media team post this? We know Quinyon is good. We didn't need to see the pick. I mean, it's making its rounds. Bob, it's been watched 15.1 million times on just Twitter alone. I don't even know what the Instagram numbers are on, but on Twitter, there have been 15.1 million views of this one video.
It's crazy. People overreact to everything. I don't get it. It was one of 1,000 plays in training camp. I don't know.
Yeah, but the other ones didn't get 15 million views, and so this is the only play from the entire training camp of the Philadelphia Eagles, according to people. It was this one interception. All right, so Bobby, the schedule's coming out today, 3:00, but we know already some of the other big nights, the opener against the Garden, home opener against the Cleveland Cavaliers. A lot of games to be excited about. I mean, you cover this team, and you also know what LeBron brings. Are you surprised at all that the Sixers will be all over the map nationally televised games this year?
No, it's going to be nuts. I mean, there's going to be 8:00 games. There's going to be 8:30 games. There's going to be games. You guys are horrible. I'm sorry, but they're going to be all over the map, Andrew, and that's just going to be the way it is because that's who they are this year. And it's going to be fun to see the schedule come out today. I think it's really cool for fans to get to see them play on Christmas out in Los Angeles. There's a lot of great stuff going on with this team right now.
Yeah, and there's also the NBA Cup, Sixers Knicks, Sixers Cavs, Sixers Heat, Sixers Pacers. Let me ask you something. This might be the first chance that they can actually be successful in the NBA Cup. Not that I care. Do the players care all that much about the NBA Cup?
I don't think so. A little bit. I even went as far as to say to ask one of the players last year, like, when you show up, do you know you're playing in a cup game, or do you just know you're playing like at Indianapolis? And one of them said, I only know if it's a cup game if the floor is really weird.
Oh.
Like, I think that's how much you put it. Now, the NBA is going to bank on, well, last year you had the two finals. The two teams in the finals were in the NBA Cup finals, so that's what it means and all that. But I don't put any stock into it. I don't think players put any stock into it. Players look at one thing, and it's travel. Where are we now? Where do we have to go next? How many home games, do we have in a row? They don't want to be on the road any more than possible. Now, for Philadelphia being as the final of that tournament is in Indianapolis, that's better than Las Vegas for sure. But no, I don't think the players care all that much about it.
All right, when the schedule does come out, it's not like football where we can do W's and L's. We can, if you want to. You and I can call each other and have a beer over the phone and do some W's and L's for the Sixers today, and I'll report back tomorrow. But what is something that you look for when the schedule comes out, especially when you have a team of this magnitude with LeBron James and Jaylen Brown?
Yeah, well, you look at your worst road trips, obviously. Where are they? Sixers usually have 2, sometimes 3 trips out to the West Coast. How does that come about? Where does that play into? One of them's over the holidays because of Disney on Ice is always at the arena during the holidays. So you always know that that's there. And then you just kind of look at, okay, where is it stretched out? Is there a 7-game road trip, 8-game road trip? Where is your big home stretch? What are the disadvantages of coming home from a road trip? Like if they're on the West Coast, I always thought it was unfair. If, say, they play their last West Coast game on a Sunday night, I always thought it was unfair for them to be playing on, like, Tuesday. But that happens. They'll only get a day to come home and rest one day and then be right back at it. Those are the games that I look at. And, of course, the back-to-backs because of the situation with Joel Embiid and maybe LeBron. You have to look at how many of them are there. Did the NBA do them a favor? I want to say they usually get, Andrew, maybe 16, something right around there, back-to-backs for the schedule. If they have far less than that, I think it's because the NBA says, well, we don't want Joel Embiid sitting now that LeBron James is on his team.
Yeah.
So that's something that I would keep an eye on.
Do you think I know that we don't have an answer. We won't get it till the season starts. But from what you've heard and from the people that you've talked to, are they going to have some sort of strategy with LeBron's going to take this night off of the back-to-back, Joel will take that night off on the back-to-back? How do you think the Sixers are going to handle, because they do have the injuries of Embiid, they have the age of LeBron James, and it's just the NBA nowadays where guys aren't playing 82 games?
Yeah, I have not heard that. I do know that my feeling was, Andrew, once Gansey was introduced as the new president of basketball operations, talking to him, talking to Bob Myers, I really did get the feeling that they were like, look, Joel Embiid's here to play, and he's going to play. They're going to push him to play, and just from the pictures we've seen, and I have talked to some people that they say he really did take care of himself this offseason, and he did get to play as opposed to recover or have a surgery. So it's a different offseason for Joel Embiid. But, yeah, they're looking for him to play as much as possible. Would I have a number in my head that they have? I don't know. 65 keeps going into my head. That's a pretty good number. If he could get to 65, is that a pipe dream? Maybe. But, no, I don't know exactly what their deal may be. And that's why the schedule coming out is important to see how many of those back-to-backs are on there.
What are your expectations for Embiid this year? Is he still focal point of the offense? Is it some nights are his nights, summer nights are other nights? What are your Joel Embiid expectations for 2026?
I don't think there's any focal point of the offense this year. I really don't. I mean, at times there will be, but I don't think going into a season they're saying, hey, this is the focal point of our offense. I think it's going to come about the way it comes about. And I think he's in the perfect spot. You have these wonderful teammates, good players. You're not expecting him, with all the injuries that he's had and all of that, to have to carry a team. Score some points, try to protect the rim as much as you can, got to rebound a little bit better and kind of play that game. And Joel Embiid can be a really good passer. So that part of his game is going to be interesting to me.
All right, Bob, a couple more for you because I know you have a busy day live from the golf course. Where are we playing today?
We're playing at Pensauken Country Club.
Oh, it's a
today.
nice spot. I can stop by on the way home. I'll meet you on like the ninth hole, maybe something like that.
Well, we're actually teeing off on the 11th right now.
Oh. So I'll meet you at the bar afterward, is what you're saying.
Well, we have to cover the Sixers' schedule today, so I don't know if we can if we can do that.
Yeah,
today.
sure.
But,
He's got work, Andy. Let the man swing the
Yeah,
gloves.
sure. Bob, so of the marquee matchups that we know now, Sixers-Knicks, the opener at the Garden, home opener Sixers-Cavs, Sixers at Lakers December 25th. It's the two LeBron, former teams. It's Sixers-Knicks, and I'll throw in whenever the Celtics game is, the first Jaylen Brown versus Celtics game, in order. Journalist Bob, basketball fan Bob, the game that intrigues you the most out of those four to the game that intrigues you the least of those four.
Well, I think they're all pretty intriguing, and and you're right. I do look at it differently because it's like, well, I got to be in Los Angeles on Christmas, and different things like that come into play. But yeah, the big thing is LeBron James has played against former teams many times throughout his 24-year career. So it's not going to be all that different for him. Playing on Christmas Day isn't going to be any different for him. I think this is his 22nd appearance on Christmas Day, something crazy like that. But, the Celtics still intrigue me, only because they're the Celtics, and that's the team since I was a kid that the Sixers always had to get past. Now, of course, you have the Knicks here. That's going to be really cool. Like, Sixers got blown out by them four straight in the playoffs last year, and they've really climbed past the Sixers. How does that go? I'm anxious to see when New York comes into Philadelphia to see where are the fans. How is that divided now that LeBron James is here? So I think there's a lot of intriguing things going on, Andrew. It's hard to say least intriguing with 82 games, but I just think it's a lot of fun. I think this season for fans is going to be a lot of fun because there are so many intangibles with this basketball team.
What's not fun is the Phillies. So rapid fire. Do they make the playoffs, yes or no?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry. No.
Yeah, no, it sucks.
Look, I'm not, and you know me, I am not one of these, they stink, so they're not. There's just too many holes there. There's too many holes. And as great as it is to have, a Wheeler and a Sanchez and a Luzardo, you have to have them be pretty much perfect in order, for this team to do anything. And I just don't think it's there.
Yep. Well, it hasn't been fun. Bobby.
I apologize.
All right. Enjoy. What are we hitting?
Right now we had a par 3, which I had to skip because I was on the phone with you.
Wow.
Put yourself down for 7.
Wow.
See,
I take that challenge, Connor.
Yeah.
Connor's the guy, as you know, hits the ball 300 yards, never knows where it's going and all that stuff, and gets aggravated because I play the old man's game and beat his ass every time.
Yeah,
so,
and he actually got a 6, but he put down a 5 on the scorecard. Yeah, I know it. I've played with him
I've
before.
heard Connor's a little dicey that way, but I don't know.
I faked the hole in one just last week.
You're the man, Bobby. Enjoy the rest of your round.
Boy.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Be good. Thanks.
Here's Bob Cooney, live from the Pensauken Country Club. I didn't know that. I feel bad. Did he forget that he was coming on today?
No, he told me yesterday. He was like, I'm going to be golfing. And I was like, listen, you'll be able to.
I love that. That's awesome. All right, let's get some more reaction on the Jalen video. I see Tommy John on the YouTube chat. Andrew, you keep saying you don't care about it, but you keep on talking about it. Well, of course I'm talking about it. There's 15.1 million views on the video. The world's talking about it. The sports world of social media is talking about this. Why would I not bring this up? All right, let's go to Mike in Philly. Mike, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, how you doing? I just think, they're still learning the offense. I do think the receiver's not even in the picture in some of the videos. If he was in the picture, do you think it would even be a good throw? It looked like it was at Mitchell's feet anyway.
I mean, look, it wasn't a good throw. Again, I watched the video and I didn't have a reaction like other people are reacting to it. My reaction to the video is how everybody's reacting, clicking on the comments and seeing that this is why he stinks, or why would you do this, Eagles social media account. So, no, the throw was not good, but Am I going to break down a 14-second video for clicks? No, I'm not going to do that.
Do you think you would if it was Dak Prescott throwing that pick? Or do you think the Dallas radio would be doing the same thing?
I would not. No, I would not. I think Dak Prescott is a good quarterback who comes up small in the playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, so, like, when you watched the video, what was your personal reaction?
That it was, first of all, that it was at the feet. So it wasn't a good throw regardless because it was short.
Sure.
Even though it was a clean lane up over the middle.
Okay. All right.
I mean, if it was intercepted high or something, but I feel like it was just a short throw, which was not a great throw to begin with.
Sure. And look, Mike, you can say I'm not going to attack you for it because I think the Jalen Hurts conversation is fascinating. Are you somebody that's not really a big believer in Jalen Hurts?
No, I'm not.
All right. I could tell by the way you're talking about it, and that's fine, Mike. Like, let me make that clear. Like, you're not insane for saying that Jalen Hurts has his shortcomings. And one of the concerns for Jalen Hurts is throwing over the middle of the field. I just can't use that one throw that is posted slow-mo, 14 seconds. It would have been even quicker if it was the actual speed. And my man Mike is using that as, see? This is why I feel the way that I feel.
If the throw was higher.
But I'll ask Mike. I should have asked him this. Damn it. If they post a video of him throwing a touchdown pass, is he going, man, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong about this guy. I doubt it. Right?
Yeah.
That's why Jalen Hurts is fascinating. It's why he's the number one storyline and will always be the number one storyline. It's why every quarterback's usually the number one storyline, but him specifically, it's why. Because Mike, our caller, just admitted he's not a big Jalen Hurts fan. He's going, yeah, see, look, there was a bad throw. But I bet you if they posted a good throw, which they have, by the way, go to the Twitter account and just scroll down like a day, and you'll see Jalen Hurts throwing a good throw. It's not the same reaction.
I just watched a video of Drake May throwing 2 bad interceptions at Patriots camp.
Yeah.
Like, that was posted by the Patriots accounts.
And it didn't get the same video. It didn't get the same views. Now, did it?
No, it doesn't matter. I can't tell you how little of a bad word you should give about this and this video.
I'm just saying. Sean allowed it to say. Sean allowed one to play earlier.
I'm not going to say it. I can't say it.
I'm trying to find a video of Jalen Hurts making a good throw at camp. Man, it must not be many because I can't find any.
No, he's just bad at the internet, folks. You want me to look it up?
No, here you go. Right on the money. This was from August 5th, 8 days ago. Guess how many views it got?
12.
I got more than 12 views. 347,000 for a very good throw. 15.1 million for a not so good throw. I'm fascinated by how society works, man. It's amazing. All right, coming up next, we'll continue getting your reaction on this. But also, I was thinking about something this morning. Today's the Field of Dreams game if the weather allows it. I got to thinking of great sports venues that I would love to see a professional game at. I'll talk about this coming up next. Curious if you guys have any thoughts on that one, but more on this Jalen Hurts video that took the world by storm. That comes your way next here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies' free fall continues. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies keep their struggling ways going yesterday, losing to the Cardinals 7-1, dropping the series in St. Louis. And Zach Wheeler got shelled a little bit. He allowed 5 runs, 4 of them earned through just 5 innings worth of work on the mound. 4 of those runs came in the 5th inning. Bit of a blow-up inning there in the offense. Well, they didn't have much going on either. They went 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. The Phils have now lost 6 of their 8 series post-All-Star break. JT Realmuto talked about where the team stands after the game.
We got to turn it around. Obviously, there's still plenty of time to do so, but nobody in here is happy about the brand of baseball we're playing right now. So we just need to figure it out, turn it around, and play a lot better.
Next up for the Phil's Field of Dreams game against the Twins in Dyersville, Iowa. That's tonight at 7:30. You can watch it on Netflix. Aaron Nola faces Taj Bradley. There is rain in the forecast for Dyersville, so something to watch with the weather. The Eagles have their first preseason game Saturday against the Ravens in Baltimore. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media at 9:40 this morning. And the Sixers NBA Cup schedule was released yesterday. We've gotten a couple marquee games announced, but the full schedule for the NBA comes out today at 3 p.m. We'll be reacting to that here on The Fanatic. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
After Hours brought to you by The Bagster. Dumpster in a bag. Get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. For details, go to Baxter.com.
All right, we'll continue to get reaction on the social media posts seen around the world, around the sporting world of X, of Twitter. Jalen Hurts throwing an interception in camp got people going nuts. I find it so funny. But real quick, so today, if it happens, the Phillies have the Field of Dreams game today. And I'm going to watch regardless. Earlier, I was going to ask this question, like, have the Phillies made you so miserable that tonight won't even be enjoyable? You think about it, Phillies Twins is not marquee, right? Like, if you're outside of Philadelphia, you have no allegiances with one of the two teams. You're like, all right, so a struggling Phillies team versus Twins. Yippee. Like, you're literally just watching for everything else. Kind of like the Stanley Cup, the NHL games that are outside.
the Stadium Series.
The Stadium Series, yeah.
You're watching those for role model.
Yeah. So I'm watching tonight, and I will be able to, for 3 hours, put aside my feelings about the Phillies. I will try at least. I can't promise that tomorrow morning when I react to said game. But I'm excited to see this. It's really cool. I love that they started doing this, and I love that our team's a part of it. It's going to be an awesome event. But the Phillies have been such a freaking damper on everybody's day that are you even looking forward to tonight if it happens tonight with the weather?
No, I'm not. I wasn't really It doesn't really do as much for me as it seems like it does for a lot of people. I don't know.
I'm romantic with the sport.
They got corn. Cool.
Yeah, no, but it's cool. And it's
pretty sick.
It's the movie, baseball. Like it's everything about it. Like I love it. And it's going to even though the prices aren't pure, it's going to feel pure. If that makes sense. Like I love when they play at the Little League World Series. Like it does it's just cuz it feels like all right, they're just playing. There's not as many advertisements all over the place. Like it's just baseball, right? And so that's why earlier today, way back in the 6 o'clock hour, I had these stupid, I'm looking for some sort of light at the end of the tunnel here. Could tonight or tomorrow, depending on when they play, could that special moment of playing in the freaking cornfields be enough to kind of wake their asses up? Like we play a kid's game. We just got to have fun with it. Probably not.
The only way the Phillies get better from this game is if 3 dead relievers walk out of the corn and they sign them to the active roster.
It's possible. It's happened before. But once they leave the field, remember they're done.
We'll move the team to Iowa.
Moonlight Gray. No, what the hell
Moonlight Graham.
Yeah, Moonlight Graham. Yeah, Moonlight Graham walked off the field to help the girl choking on the hot dog. And as soon as she walked off the field, he was back to his old age. And then he went back to the cornfield, and he was no more. He's gone.
Well, modern science, we can figure this out. No, they're not going to just wake up and say, look at this cornfield.
I know they're
Field
not.
of Dreams.
I know they're not, but it's just, fingers crossed. So I was thinking, where would some other still standing? Like, let's talk about this. Not like, oh, man, I want them to rebuild the vet so they can play one more game at the vet. Places that are still standing that you would love to see a professional sporting event at. Now, we can get creative about this. Like, I immediately wrote down 2 here within a hop, skip, and a jump away of each other.
Yeah, I can guarantee I can guess them.
Like, how sick would it be if the Eagles played a game at Franklin Field or if the Sixers played a game at the Palestra?
Yep.
It won't happen because it's just not going to happen. I don't know why baseball can do these things, but football plays in freaking Australia. I don't know why you couldn't. Could you imagine how much money they'd make? Because you upsell it like crazy, right? Like imagine the Philadelphia 76ers with LeBron James, Jaylen Brown, and company are playing at the Palestra. These tickets for today are minimum $600. Could you imagine the NBA with those stars playing in a small arena like the Palestra? Man, those tickets would go for 4 digits. A lot of them would. Like that would be really cool to see. So I wrote down a couple other ones. In honor of like the whole cornfield thing, they're doing it based off of a movie, right? They're not doing it based off of an actual dead guy that walked out of the cornfield named Shoeless Joe Jackson. Like they're doing it in honor of the movie. How cool would it be if one time they go to the original Durham Athletic Park.
Dude, I've been to
Bull Durham was.
Yeah, they still have the Bull in left field. I've been to a Durham Bulls game.
Yeah.
It's cool.
How cool would it be if, in honor of the movie, they had a game there with 2 professional teams? Like, here's the other thing. Like, I Googled the Sandlot dimensions because I was like, that field does exist. It's overgrown now. It's horrible. But it was for Little Leaguers, so you can't do it there. But, like, the Durham
maybe
field.
the Phillies will score some runs.
Maybe. The Durham field, actually, the dimensions are there. Like, it's 90-foot bases. It's 60 feet, 6 inches. It's still 300-plus feet to the wall. Like, you could play a baseball game there. I have any of the iconic college football stadiums. Like, how cool would it be if there was a game at Notre Dame Stadium with Touchdown Jesus in the background?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Like a national football game, or where USC plays, or Baton Rouge, with LSU. Like, how cool would it be? Again, one time you're playing games in Australia. Why can't you play a game in Baton Rouge? That would be pretty cool. One of the iconic, still standing college football stadiums. They're on the road that week, so then you do a one-off and you sell one of those 80, 90,000 seat stadiums. Happy Valley. Not that whatever. But how cool would that be? I would do that. There's a couple still standing of the Negro Leagues. They did it in 2024. There was a game at Rickwood Field, which is in Alabama. Like, that would be cool if they did that again. Jackie Robinson Day. Why wouldn't you try that? You already have the day where everybody's wearing 42. Have a special game at one of the – they're still standing. Some of them are still standing. Why wouldn't you do something like that? Like, I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, well, you got to fight the money thing. I agree with everything you're saying. Your cost – they're about to lose the sport over the money they make.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so moving the venue is low on the priority list.
It's unbelievable. By the way, most of these are baseball related, because fields are fields. This would never happen. 0% chance because it's not hardwood. But how cool would it? Even if it was a pickup game, 5-on-5 at Rucker Park, like that.
Dude, I've been dying for that forever.
That would be really cool. And NBA players have shown up there. Kobe's played there. Kevin Durant's played there. Dr. J's
even if it's
there.
college, like they played a college basketball game on an aircraft carrier before.
Yeah, but they played it on the hardwood. You would have to put hardwood down, which they could do it. I'm sure they could do it. Somebody puts hardwood down at Rucker Park. That would actually be pretty sick.
Nah, screw that. Play on the blacktop. Let's go.
Yeah, they're not going to do that. 0% chance.
No, just get like a mid-major. Miami, Ohio, and UMBC.
Hey, that team was almost undefeated last year.
Yeah, well, tournament didn't go great.
No, it did not. All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to my man John and Manayunk. What's up, Johnny?
Salciunas, what's up, brother? Love the show.
Dude,
Listen
thank
all
you.
the time. I'll tell you what, man, I'm very proud of you. I love watching your career blossom. I'm pumped for the new Marks thing. I'm really excited. I want to jump in before he comes in and starts talking a lot. And all seriousness, this is the thing. Like the Jalen video, I'm with you. I'm so fascinated by this because, like, if you're over, like, I don't know, 35 years old, like you grew up watching Donovan, and Hurts is everything Donovan wasn't and everything we wanted Donovan to be. He doesn't throw the ball into the dirt. He's accountable afterwards. He looks mad. He looks upset. He talks good on the mic about how it was telling him, blah, 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 blah. And most of all, he won a ring. Mm-hmm. And like, I just feel like we were dying. We were so in the desert for water for a ring for so long. The Nick Foles one was obviously like storybook, the most incredible thing ever. But like then like a bona fide, legitimate quarterback that you drafted comes in, takes you to the promised land 2 years in a row, fumbles into the end zone and then loses the one and comes back and wins the other one. Like, we should be putting him up on a pedestal, in my opinion. And then, like, literally we're tearing him down for, like, an internet video where he drops the ball.
Dude, look,
what am I missing here?
It's an amazing case study, man. Look, it's the same thing with Sirianni. I talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I did, like, my – what was it, Connor? Like, my top 10 Philly guys that are in Philadelphia. Number one's Nick Sirianni. Like, I would think that we would love Nick Sirianni, but people don't. And look, I'm not the biggest fan. I should be. I don't know why we're not. It's so fascinating. Is it because people don't want to admit that they are wrong? Is it people that said Nick Sirianni won't work out because of the introductory press conference, and so now they're burying their feet in the sand or whatever, digging their feet,
right.
and Jalen Hurts, I don't like this draft pick, so I'm going to keep on saying that I don't like the draft pick despite the success that he's had. It really is amazing, man.
I think the irony is, like, I can admit I was wrong. I thought that first press conference was horrendous, and I was like, this guy's going to get laughed out of the town. Couldn't be more wrong. All he does is win. And to be fair, his behavior, I guess, could rub people the wrong way. it's just an Eagles fan. Like, you go to the stadium, sorry, the stands are filled with Sirianni screaming everywhere and mouthing off. Like that's who we are, kind of. So I agree with you. We should like him more. We should like Hurts more. And at the end of the day, they win, which is what we wanted. And maybe you all didn't live through 30 years of crappy birds, but like I did. And I want to be happy over the guy that won us a ring. But I love your show. Keep being you, dude. I'm rooting for you guys.
You're the man, John. I appreciate it. There he is, John from Manioc. Great man. I mean, it's just it's funny, right? Because I can talk about Jalen Hurts for 4 hours every single day because he's so interesting. Because there are parts about his game that I don't like. There are parts about his game that I do like. I don't think he's the best quarterback in the league. I don't think he's a top 5 quarterback in the league. I think him falling out of the top 10 in certain rankings was fair. Do I think he's 17th? No, I think that's ridiculous. Do I think it's unfair for people to try to take away what he's accomplished because of the good team that he's had around him? I think that's completely unfair. Do I think Jalen Hurts does a lot more good things that people may not recognize, like his intangibles of being able to handle the city of Philadelphia? Absolutely, I do, but people don't see it that way. He is so interesting to talk about because if I came on this air today, Connor, and I just said nothing but positive things about Jalen Hurts, I would get a lot of pushback from people. If I then came on the air tomorrow and did nothing but negative talk, Jalen Hurts isn't that good, you guys are over the top with your love for him, they should find a new quarterback,
they'd say that's the normal show.
That's true. That I would get pushback from people that are super Jalen Hurts fans. It's why he's polarizing. It's why it's amazing to talk about him. And I do think there is a middle ground to talk about a quarterback that has strengths and some weaknesses.
Yeah,
and yet the team wins.
Good luck finding that middle ground.
It doesn't exist. It exists in my brain.
It's there somewhere.
No, it exists in my brain. It doesn't exist
It's
for
Narnia,
anybody
dude.
else. Dude,
it's Neverland.
It's unbelievable. Let's go to Terrell in Philly. What's up, Terrell?
How's everybody doing?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm all right. I'm a big fan. I listen to you, both of you guys. I love Connor's takes, and I love listening to Andrew. I love listening to you on ESPN Radio, too, man. Like, that's what you're doing.
Thanks, brother. Man, I love you.
So I got a question for you before I get to my topic. I love listening to other takes on other teams or whatever, and I like watching Houston defense, and I love watching them play against other offenses. I think they're better. I wonder, do you watch any other teams, coordinators, players?
On the NFL?
Besides,
yeah.
the Eagles?
Yes.
Do you have a favorite? And you can answer that later. But Jalen Hurts, I'm a Jalen Hurts defender. He is my QB1. I will argue with him to the death. But that video was hard for me to make an argument for. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I had to be quiet for a little bit, man. And he has to show it. He has to show it. That's why I can't pencil him in to win the Super Bowl or the division, because of stuff like that. Like, he just makes it harder for us when he doesn't prove it. Like, we have a new coordinator this year, and we had Kellen Moore. Like, he tried to implement a system, and what happened? We had to change the system up, and we won a Super Bowl with that. So it's kind of hard for me to pencil him in. So, yeah.
So Terrell, I'm not calling you an insecure person, but what I'm saying is I think Jalen Hurts defenders are sometimes insecure because there are legitimate things to point to saying, hey, he needs to get better at this, he needs to get better at that. But then you always have the trump card of, yeah, but he's a Super Bowl MVP. He's been to the Super Bowl twice. He's the only quarterback in the last, 20-plus years that won back-to-back division titles. And so you have the resume to use in your argument. So when you say it's hard to defend, no, your defense is easy. Like, don't make too much of a 14-second video because all the guy does is win. You have that card to play as a big Jalen Hurts fan every day of the week.
Yeah, but like the people that we argue against, he does got to throw against across the middle. Like, he has to make the throws that we want him to make during the big games. And it was just practice, like you said, 14 seconds, and that's my argument. There's no Devontae. Devontae changes that. And Devontae gives him a guaranteed first down, the A.J. Brown kind of slant. So I do think there's an argument there. But like you say, he has to show us, man. Like,
yeah, look, there's absolutely an argument. And thanks for the call, brother. I appreciate the call. I appreciate all the kind words. Even Connor got a compliment. That was wonderful.
Hell yeah, I appreciate it.
Terrell one seed on the show, part of the family. The reason why since March when Derek Gunn said it, and I've brought it back up for 5 months in a row now. He's got to prove it year ahead of him. Not prove it like does he belong in the NFL. Not prove it like can he win in the NFL. $60 million is a lot of money towards your cap. And if there is a hesitation on the mind of Howie Roseman or Jeffrey Lurie, as much as they can say how much they love him publicly, then you got to really think about it and get all the information possible before you give somebody $60 million a year. And I would like to think that even the biggest Jalen Hurts fan would agree with that, but clearly not many people do. I also think it's unfair for a lot of people that are almost rooting for it to not go well so that they can get another quarterback. And that's the point I get to at the end of every single day of the Jalen Hurts discourse. All right, coming up next, we got another segment left to play, more reaction on it, but also, you too could play with LeBron James. Ridiculous, man. We'll tell you how next, right here on The Fanatic.
On 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 9:49 here on Mornings with Andrew. Mornings with Marks. Salciunas starts Monday, August 17th, but we have Middays with Marks coming your way next at 10 o'clock. Real quick, I forgot. I wrote down another stadium that it would be cool if there was a game still. It's still standing, but it closed because they stopped taking care of it. But it's still there, the Astrodome. Like, that would be a sick thing. You know, it's one of the 7 wonders of the world.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be cool. It's just apparently it's like a hazard at this point, like going in there.
Well, so is the Trop.
It's a good point. That's still standing. By the way, let me ask you this. So I told you the other day that if the Field of Dreams ticket prices drop below $500, that I would jump on it. Now, today's the day of the game, unless it gets rained out. So the ticket prices plummeted. I can't do it. I'm not going to fly out today because the flights just don't work. But if you could, let's say you had the income, would you bet $366 and the flight ticket to Dyersville, Iowa, hoping that the game got rained out today so that you go tomorrow and you just got an absolute steal of a ticket?
No. Absolutely not. Getting stuck in Iowa to watch this team play baseball?
Well, no. Tomorrow's Friday. So it's not like you're missing work and, like, you would already be taken off from work Friday, right? Like, you're not coming back to work Friday morning after going to a game in Dyersville, Iowa on a Thursday. So you just have to extend your stay a day. You're not missing any work because it's the weekend. So would you run the risk of the $366 ticket? You might not even get there tonight for the game, but there's a strong chance it gets rained out.
You're obsessed with this game, man.
I am absolutely. Yes, I'm obsessed with it.
No, I'm not doing that.
All right.
I wouldn't be spending the money to go to the game today if it was perfect weather.
I would.
Bro, I barely turned the TV on yesterday to watch this team. Like, I couldn't bring myself to pick up the remote and hit the power button.
I watched it.
I did too.
Through thick and thin. It's in sickness and in health, man. It's part of the vows. What you don't know is when you get married, you do the vows at the altar.
Okay, tell him to get me a damn ring, and then we'll talk vows.
No. When you're born into it, you signed up. You don't even know what you signed up for.
I didn't sign up for $1,000 to go to Iowa.
In sickness and in health.
I'll go to South Philly. My wife ever tries to drag me to Dyersville. Divorce.
Speaking of South Philly, you could play with LeBron James. No. 0% chance you play with LeBron James. Is it today?
I don't know
tryouts?
When exactly. Let me find the date.
All right, so the Sixers G League team, the Blue Coats, will be hosting open tryouts. I got to keep the same energy, bro. Even though we are the flagship station of the Philadelphia 76ers, I ripped the Detroit Pistons organization earlier this week for having open tryouts for their G League team, and people wasted $250 because there was 0% chance that any of them were going to make the team.
It's not till September 12th and October 4th. They have 2 different dates.
All right. I think that's wrong because you're going to have a person that's going to believe in themselves, which is great. I'm pro believing in thyself. It's a beautiful thing. And they're going to waste however much money it is. I got to keep the same energy, dude.
$199.
Yeah.
Yo, let me hold 2 bills real quick.
Yeah. You know what should come with the $200? Hey, if you don't make the team, we'll give you 2 tickets to a Sixers game of equal value. So not courtside, but like, you know what I'm saying?
This year, $200 is going to get you on the roof.
Like, I think it's wrong, man, because then you're going to have a guy, it's like, oh, man, I played basketball back in high school. I'm going to spend $200 and not make the team. And for what?
But, like, what if something crazy happens? And then you do, and then maybe, hey, we've seen LeBron's teams call up G League guys.
Yeah, look, some of them should know. Like, there might be somebody that's like, man, I played, like, Division II basketball or something. Like, that's fine. I'm talking about the guy that was a little overweight that went to the Pistons tryout and spent $250 and was falling down left and right. I'm like, oh, this poor guy. He probably did it for the fun of it. Like, really?
See, you know what?
Just give it to me next time. Give me the $250 next time.
You would have been one of those dudes at the South Philly bar telling Vince Papale he's not good enough to play for the Birds. And he might have listened to you.
No, but that was a free open tryout.
Oh,
Different.
so $200 is standing between you and your dreams?
Yes.
Playing on the field with the Birds or on the court with LeBron?
Dude, if it's a free open tryout, go for it, man.
Well, nothing's free these days.
Go for it. If the Atlantic City Surf ever came back, I would try out. Why not?
Yeah, but you got to aim higher. You got to dream bigger.
No.
You're going to find some sneakers in a trash can, go out there and be dunking on people. Next thing you know, hey, Brian, give me one backside lob.
Yeah, make me like Mike. Let's go to Jay in Tampa. What's up, Jay?
Hey, how you doing?
Good,
hey,
how are you?
Thank God. I'm 73. I found YouTube. I can watch Philadelphia again.
Oh,
I moved out in 2020 to Florida, and I got sick down here, but I'm near Moffett Hospital. It's a great hospital. They're keeping me alive. It's the 6th year. Touch wood. I'm watching the Phillies every night, and I, for the life of me, do not know how all this talent, they can't score a run. They don't play no small ball. They don't hit fly balls. They don't the normal things. Now, if Larry Boa made 2 errors in a game, he'd be out there 10 in the morning, and he'd be cursing all night to get somebody to hit him ground balls. And if Pete Rose went 0 for 4, he'd be out there early for batting practice. I just don't get it. I'm watching them, and it's breaking my heart. And this team, if you'd have told us in 2022 we're going to get these guys that they got now, the pitching they got, Sanchez was going to be this good, and you can't even score him a goddamn run. It's crazy.
Yeah, they might not make the playoffs, Jay. It's unbelievable.
Oh, my God. I'm watching it. I go Phillies. I mean, I don't give up. I mean, it's how many years I grew up. The Phillies fought the Cubs for last place till we got the Mets and Houston Astros came in. And then we fought the Mets for last place. Oh, we're in 7th place this year. Isn't that great?
Jay,
oh, my God.
Jay,
how many
listen,
years
man.
did we hear that?
Listen, man. I love you. Have good health down there, Jay. Good health down there. Middays with Mark's coming your way next. But I do got to say real quick, that guy hit everything on the bingo card. Gave me his age. Gave me Larry Boa. Gave me Pete Rose. No heart. They don't play small ball. They don't bunt. Bingo card. Hit.
Gave us a nice dump to bookend the show, too.
Middays.